یہ 25 سال جو ہیں انہوں نے انڈیا کو ٹرانسفارم کر دیا. بنگلہ دیش میں حسینہ واجد صاحبہ کی جو بھی پولیٹیکل ایجنڈا ہو، لیکن ان کی رجیم کو 15 سال ملے. ان 15 سالوں میں ان کی ٹریڈ پالیسیز اور ایکسپورٹ لیڈ گروتھ پالیسیز کو موقع ملا کہ وہ جڑیں پکڑ لیں، اور بنگلہ دیش کہاں سے کہاں نکل گیا. ملیشیا میں ڈاکٹر مہاتیر کو 22 سال ملے، وہ ان پالیسیز کو گراؤنڈ کر گئے اور ملیشیا کدھر چلا گیا. سنگاپور میں لی کوان یو کو 31 ایئرز ملے، اس نے سنگاپور کو سمارٹ اکانومی بنا دیا. ساؤتھ کوریا میں ان کا جنرل پارک 10 سال ملے، ان میں وہ ٹرانسفارم کر کے ساؤتھ کوریا کو ایک نئی ٹریجیکٹری پہ ڈال گیا. چائنا میں 49 سے ایک پارٹی ہے، ہر پریزیڈنٹ 10 سال پورے کرتا ہے، موجودہ 15 سال لگائیں گے. ایک کانٹینیوٹی ہے اوور ڈیکیڈز، جس سے ان کی پالیسیاں کامیاب ہوتی ہیں. جاپان میں پچھلے 70 سالوں میں بہت کم لوگوں کو پتہ ہے کہ 66 سال سے ایک ہی جماعت کی حکومت ہے. ان کے پرائم منسٹر آتے جاتے ہیں، لیکن 66 سال سے ایک ہی جماعت کی حکومت ہے، لہذا پالیسی ڈائریکشن ایک ہی ہے جس میں وہ ملک چل رہا ہے. ترکی میں طیب اردگان کی جماعت 22 سال سے یا شاید 20 سال سے ہے، وہ ادھر. سو آپ کو یہ نظر آئے گا، یہی ملک ہے نا جو پچھلے 50 سالوں میں جنہوں نے ترقی کی ہے. ہر ملک میں تھرو political stability they have created tenures of at least a decade جس میں policies کو دورانیہ ملا، جس میں وہ گراؤنڈ ہو گئیں. And finally these are necessary conditions but not sufficient conditions. Sufficient condition چوتھی ہے، چونکہ مصر میں بھی انوار السادات اور حسنی مبارک 30 سال حکومت کر گئے، اسٹیبلٹی بھی تھی، کانٹینیوٹی بھی تھی، پر کچھ بدلا نہیں خاص. تو وہ کیا مسنگ چیز تھی؟ کمٹمنٹ ٹو ریفارم. دیٹ وائل یو ہیو پیس، اسٹیبلٹی، کانٹینیوٹی، یو مسٹ آلسو ہیو اے کمٹمنٹ ٹو ریفارم، تاکہ آپ خود کو ایک کمپیٹیٹیو اکانومی کے اندر ڈھال سکیں. یہ 4 عناصر ہیں کہ جن سے ایک کامیاب ایکو سسٹم بنتا ہے، جو آپ کے پلانز کو کامیاب کرتا ہے. ہم نے ویژن 2010 بنایا، 2 سال بعد ماشاء اللہ تو وہ چھکا لگا گیا. ہم نے ویژن 2025 بنایا، ان حالات میں بنایا کہ جب پاکستان میں اندھیرے تھے. لوگ ہمیں اس شہر کے اندر کہتے تھے کہ آپ ہمیں شیخ چلی کے خواب دکھا رہے ہیں کہ 2025 تک ہم 25 اکانومیز میں آ جائیں گے. یہاں تو لوگوں کے پاس آدھا گھنٹہ جلانے کے لیے بجلی نہیں ہے. ہمارا یو پی ایس ابھی بیٹری چارج نہیں ہوتی، فیل ہو جاتا ہے، اور آپ کہتے ہیں جی کہ ہم 25ویں اکانومی بن جائیں گے. ہر روز دہشت گرد پھٹتا ہے. کراچی بند ہو گیا تھا، ملک میں کوئی پیسہ لگانے کے لیے تیار نہیں تھا. اس وقت ویژن 2025 کو ایک نارتھ سٹار کے طور پہ بنا کے ہم نے قوم کو پیغام دیا، اس کے ساتھ محنت کی. 3 سالوں میں $25 ارب سی پیک کے ذریعے ملک کے اندر آیا. دہشت گردی ختم ہوئی، لوڈ شیڈنگ ختم ہوئی، پاکستان 6% کی گروتھ ٹریجیکٹری پہ آ گیا. پرائس واٹر ہاؤس کوپرز نے کہا کہ اگر اس رفتار سے اور ٹریجیکٹری پہ پاکستان چلے گا، 2017 میں انہوں نے کہا، آپ گوگل کر لیں، کہ بائی 2030 پاکستان ول بی ان دا ٹاپ 20 economies. What was that? It was validation of Vision 2025. ہم ویژن 25 میں کہہ رہے تھے کہ 2025 تک ٹاپ 25 میں ہوں گے، وہ کہہ رہے تھے 2030 تک ہم ٹاپ 20 میں ہوں گے. تو اس کا مطلب we were well on track to becoming a top 25 economy by 2025. And here we are in 2025. Where are we? کیا ہم 25ویں بن گئے؟ دور دور تک اس کے ابھی نہیں ہیں. اگر اگلے 25 سالوں میں بن جائیں تو بڑی کامیابی ہوگی. کیا وجہ ہوئی؟ کہ 2018 میں ہم نے اپنے ہاتھوں سے اپنے ملک کی ترقی کے پروگرام کو کلہاڑی چلا کے کاٹ دیا. چونکہ چند ہمارے اس وقت کے جو ججز تھے اور چند جرنل جو تھے، ان کے دماغ میں ایک کوئی سیاسی سازش آئی، انہوں نے ہستی بستی ملک کی معیشت کو ایک اپنے کسی رومانس کے تحت یا ایک سوشل میں دیکھیں یہ جو سوشل میڈیا ہوتا ہے نا اس پہ آپ فلمیں دیکھ سکتے ہیں انٹرٹینمنٹ کے لیے، لیکن سوشل میڈیا کے ذریعے آپ زندگی کے فیصلے نہیں کر سکتے، وہ دیٹ از اے فکشن، اٹ از ناٹ ریالٹی۔ تو انہوں نے بھی سوشل میڈیا کے رومانسوں کے ذریعے کچھ ایسے فیصلے کیے جس نے ملک کی اس پوری ٹریجیکٹری کو پھر ڈیریل کر دیا، اور آج ہم کہاں دیکھیے یہ ہے ہمارا المیہ۔ اس کے اوپر ہمارے اکانومسٹ کو، پولیٹیکل اکانومسٹ کو، قوم کو بتانے کی ضرورت ہے کہ کن وجوہات کی بنیاد پہ، یہ نہیں ہے کہ ہمارے اندر کوئی کمی ہے، ہم اگر ترقی نہیں کر پائے تو اپنی صلاحیت سے ہم نے مار نہیں کھائی، اپنی نیت سے بھی مار نہیں کھائی، اپنی کوشش سے بھی مار نہیں کھائی، ہم نے مار کھائی ہے اس بڑے ایکو سسٹم کی وجہ سے جس کو بار بار ڈسرپٹ کیا جاتا ہے۔ تو لہٰذا اگر ہم نے آگے چلنا ہے، کامیاب ہونا ہے، تو اس کے لیے قوم کو یہ بتلانا ضروری ہے کہ وہ کون سے پرہیز ہیں جس سے ہمیں اپنی زندگی کو صحت مند رکھنا ہے۔ جب کسی کو انجائنا پین ہوتی ہے تو ڈاکٹر جو ہے وہ جا کر اس مریض کو بتلاتا ہے کہ واٹ آر دا ڈوز اینڈ واٹ آر دا ڈو ناٹس، کیا آپ کے کرنے کے کام ہیں ایک ہیلدی لائف سٹائل کے لیے تاکہ آپ آئندہ ہارٹ اٹیک سے بچ سکیں، اور کیا آپ کے پرہیز ہیں جو آپ نے مرغن کھانا نہیں کھانا، آپ نے یہ نہیں کرنا، آپ نے یہ نہیں کرنا جس سے آپ بچ سکیں۔ تو آپ سب اکانومسٹ جو ہیں ملک کی ڈیولپمنٹ کے ڈاکٹرز ہیں، آپ جو یہ قوم کو بار بار انجائنا پین ہوتی ہے، ہارٹ اٹیک ہوتا ہے، ہمارا اکنامک جرنی ڈسرپٹ ہو جاتا ہے، اس کی درست تشخیص کر کے قوم کی رہنمائی کریں کہ قوم نے کن چیزوں پر پرہیز کرنا ہے اور کون سے عمل کو اختیار کرنا ہے جس سے ہم ایک صحت مند ترقی کے سفر پہ آگے بڑھ سکیں۔ اور اس کے لیے میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اب ہمارے پاس ترقی کے سفر پہ آگے بڑھ سکیں، اور اس کے روڈ میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ ویژن ترقی کے پلان موجود، فٹ پرنٹ کرنا ہے، اس کے روڈ میں کامیاب ویژن ترقی کے پلان موجود، فٹ سسٹم ہر روڈ میں کامیاب ویژن ماضی میں ہر دفعہ کریش کراتا ہے کہ آئندہ وہ کریش نہ کرے، آئندہ ہم اس پر تسلسل کے ساتھ چل سکیں۔ تو یہ ایک امپورٹنٹ چیز ہے جس پر آپ جیسے اکانومسٹ جو ہے ان کی میں توجہ دلانا چاہوں گا کہ اپنی ریسرچ سے، اپنی ایویڈنس کے ساتھ اور دوسرے ملکوں کے تقابلی جائزے کے ساتھ قوم کو اور ہمارے دانشوروں کو یہ سمجھائیں کہ کن وجوہات کی بنا پر ہم کامیاب نہیں ہو سکے، اور آئندہ اگر ہم نے کامیاب ہونا ہے تو اس کے لیے کیا عوامل ہیں جن کے ساتھ ہم نے چلنا ہے۔ تو یہ ایک، چونکہ یہ ایک انفلیکشن پوائنٹ ہے، اگر ہم نے اس دفعہ غلطی کی پھر ہمیں اٹھنے کا موقع نہیں ملے گا۔ یہ آج سے 22 سال بعد میں بار بار کہتا ہوں کہ 2047 از دا مائل سٹون، جس وقت ہمیں تاریخ کو جواب دینا پڑے گا کہ ہم نے اپنی آزادی کے ساتھ کیا انصاف کیا ہے۔ ہمارا ہمسایہ ملک بھی اپنے 100 سال کا جواب دے گا اور ہمیں بھی اپنے 100 سال کا جواب دینا ہوگا۔ تو ہمیں اس وقت قابل فخر انداز میں تاریخ کا سامنا کرنا ہے، اگر مگر کے ساتھ نہیں کرنا، اف اینڈ بٹ کے ساتھ نہیں کرنا۔ ہاں جی بڑے پاٹے خان تھے، ہم بڑے ذہین تھے، مگر جی یوں ہو گیا، اگر یوں ہو جاتا تو یوں ہو جاتا، یہ نہیں۔ وی شوڈ بی ایبل ٹو پراؤڈلی سے کہ ہم نے پاکستان کو یہاں سے یہاں پہنچا دیا، اور یہ ہماری نوجوان نسل جو اس وقت عروج پر ہوگی، اس کو ہم نے اکوپ کرنا ہے کہ یہ اس وقت تاریخ کا سامنا فخر کے ساتھ کر سکے۔ So ladies and gentlemen, URAAN Pakistan's export-driven model opens new doors for policy-backed trade facilitation, industrial upgradation and regional connectivity, because no nation can grow sustainably without increasing its foreign exchange earnings. Through sectoral export strategies of URAAN Pakistan, connecting manufacturers to international markets and facilitating participation in trade fairs, Pakistan aims to raise exports to $60 billion plus by 2029, which is possible اگر ہم پوری محنت کے ساتھ کریں، اور this is the only way where we have to, I think we can guarantee کہ ایک sustained growth کریں۔ We have been a consumption driven, import driven economy، ہم consumption اور import کے سہارے ہمیشہ growth لیتے رہے ہیں۔ Now it is time to get growth out of exports، Export-led growth is the only way that we can have sustained growth. Growth must be inclusive through the equity and empowerment pillar. URAAN targets poverty alleviation, job creation, and youth training, boosting employment by skill development programs and training to skilled workers to meet industrial labor demands. The theme of today's conference, URAAN Pakistan, Growth Through Digital Transformation, could not be more timely. Around the world, digitalization has become the greatest equalizer. Nations that embrace technology leapfrog stages of development. Those that resist are left behind. As highlighted by Dr. Nadeem Javed, digital opportunities are not just a sectoral priority, but a national imperative. Digitalization is not just about apps and portals, it is about dismantling red tape and replacing it with responsive, intelligent systems. In Pakistan, we are witnessing the emergence of e-Pakistan, a new pillar of our national transformation strategy. Digital is about reimagining our economic model. We are nurturing digital ecosystems in fintech, agri-tech, and green tech, creating jobs and attracting investments. URAAN aims to reimagine our economic model through Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, integrated into traditional sectors. Policy is being shaped to make Pakistan a regional IT hub, supporting AI labs, digital finance, cybersecurity, and cloud infrastructure. Pakistan's economic resilience depends on climate-smart planning. The 2022 floods caused over 30 billion in damages. Climate resilience is no longer an option for us. The government has launched Climate Resilient Recovery, Rehabilitation, and Reconstruction Framework to build back better after the floods, integrating resilience into housing, transport, and water systems. Government has also launched Living Indus Initiative, one of the largest climate adaptation efforts in Pakistan's history, aimed at restoring ecological health across the Indus Basin. Ladies and gentlemen, energy is the lifeblood of industrial growth. Pakistan has a solar wind generation potential of up to 40 gigawatts by 2030. We are inviting private sector collaboration in green energy, grid digitalization, and infrastructures, PPP. Through this integrated framework, we are laying the foundation of a future-ready Pakistan where innovation, inclusion, and impact go hand in hand. One of the most critical lessons from successful nations is that there is no substitute for long-term planning. We often hear the question, why plan for URAAN Pakistan's 2035 when people are struggling in 2025? The answer is simple. Without a vision and plan, we are only reacting, never progressing. Pakistan's own journey has often been disrupted not because we lacked talent or resources, but because we lacked continuity in our plans and visions. Every time we began to take off, instability, short-termism, and experimentation grounded us. We must learn from this and recommit to a national development vision that is broad-based, inclusive, and long-term. History has taught us that nations that commit to long-term, consistent strategies rise regardless of short-term obstacles. Success stories like Malaysia's Vision 2020, Bangladesh Vision 2041, and China's 5-year plans were driven by long-term commitment. In Pakistan, we too launched a bold and comprehensive roadmap, Vision 25, under PMLN government. Many of the foundational projects launched under this vision, CPEC, knowledge parks, energy projects, and infrastructure expansion are still delivering returns today. We must revive that spirit and commit to URAAN Pakistan's Vision 2035 of creating a $1 trillion economy by 2035 and beyond, because the problems we face, climate change, youth unemployment, productivity gaps, cannot be solved overnight. They require steady, focused, and data-driven planning. Let us remember, Rome was not built in a day, but it was built because they kept building. We have the talent, we have the resources, and we now have the macroeconomic stability once again. What we need is the discipline to stay on to the course and the courage to look 10, 20 years ahead, not just 10, 20 days. At every turning point in a nation's journey, there are always two voices, one of hope and one of despair. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, we have heard the voice of despair and cynicism too often, the belief that nothing will change, that dreams don't matter. But let me say this clearly today, all development in history begins with a dream and positive thinking, and only materializes through consistent effort and self-belief. If today is difficult, we must still dare to dream for a better tomorrow. We dare to dream when we saw the dream for Pakistan. Everyone said Pakistan cannot be created, but we succeeded. Likewise, we dared to dream when we launched Vision 2025. We envisioned Pakistan among top 25 economies of the world, and international institutions supported this view. Reports from HSBC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, World Bank projected that if Pakistan sustained its 2018 momentum, it had the potential to become one of the top 20 economies by 2030. We were on the right track, inflation was under control, interest rates were manageable, and the world was watching us with optimism. Then came a time of disruption, marked by political instability and uncertainty. The journey of progress we had set in motion was abruptly halted. The economy lost its direction, and the dream we had envisioned for a prosperous Pakistan was pushed aside. Instead of building on the long-term vision, nation was once again caught in the trap of short-term thinking and ad hoc decisions. आपको मैं एक मिसाल दूं कि 2018 में हमने 2018 से लेकर 2023 तक जो नेक्स्ट 5 ईयर प्लान है सारा तैयार कर दिया और ये छोड़ दिया कि अगली हुकूमत आएगी थोड़ा सा उसको रद्दोबदल करके तो शाये कर दे। 4 सालों में वो प्लान भी जारी नहीं हो सका, लिहाजा 2018 to 2022 was a no plan period in Pakistan. So we had no plan. हम short termism पे वो चलते रहे. Only thing that was prevalent कि हर बंदा जो उनके साथ नहीं था वो चोर था, वो डाकू था, बस. That is all the nation heard. वो सारी कौम को और अपने लोगों को चोर डाकू की तस्बीह सिखा दी कि जहाँ कोई मुखालिफ नज़र आए तो उसको चोर डाकू का नारा लगाओ. इससे मुल्क तो नहीं चलते. और आई ऑल्सो फेस्ड, मेरी वजारत के लोग अफसर बैठे हैं, उन्होंने भी फेस किया कि इनको नैब के दफ्तरों में बुला कर धमकियां दी जाती थी कि आप मिनिस्टर साहब के ख़िलाफ़ बयान दें. कि जी क्या बयान दें, वो देखो सामने नैब का सेल है और वरना अंदर हो जाओगे. नतीजा क्या है कि पूरी सरकारी मशीन ने काम करना छोड़ दिया. कोई अफसर 10 रुपए की फ़ाइल पे भी दस्तखत नहीं करता था. मुल्क ऐसे तो नहीं चलते. और मैंने कई दफ़ा उन 4 सालों में एहतसाब अदालत के सामने खड़े होकर चैलेंज किया था उस दौर की हुकूमत को कि मेरे हाथों से 3200 अरब रुपए 5 सालों में डेवलपमेंट का बजट रिलीज़ हुआ है. एंड आई टेक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि उन 3200 अरब रुपए में से तुम 32 पैसे की भी करप्शन साबित कर दो तो मुझे इस्लामाबाद के चौक पे फांसी लगा दो. लेकिन वह चोर डाकू बस कोई एविडेंस नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, कोई चीज़ नहीं. पूरी कौम को एक नफ़रत में, हेट में मुब्तला कर दिया. और उसका एक और मिसाल ये है कि मेरी जिस्म में वो गोली है कि जो उनकी हेट की वजह से एक नौजवान ने मुतासर होकर चलाई और मेरी जान लेने की कोशिश की. सो हमें इन चीज़ों से अब बचना है. वी हैव टू यूनाइट आवर नेशन. पोलराइजेशन को ख़त्म करना है. टीम पाकिस्तान बनना है ताकि आगे को चल सके. So, but now we are back on the runway. Thanks to tough reforms and responsible governance under Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, inflation is falling, interest rates are declining, and we are ready to take off once again. This is a new opportunity to reclaim our momentum. We must exhibit positive signals to the world. Let us not export despair. Let us export hope, stability, and opportunity, and Pakistani products to the world markets. That is how we attract investment, that is how we inspire innovation, that is how we move forward together. Today, when many Pakistanis feel disillusioned by economic hardship, it is important to remember that progress takes time, but it is possible. Only if we move with positive energy and keep hope high, we can turn challenges into opportunities. Look around the world, nations that once faced challenges far greater than ours have risen through vision, discipline, and strategic planning. Their stories remind us that vision plus reform plus perseverance equals transformation. We must believe in Pakistan's ability to change its story, and we must reject the voices of perpetual cynicism, despair, and defeatism. We live in a world where technological revolutions are reshaping every sector, be it agriculture, health, education, finance, manufacturing, or governance. For Pakistan to rise and compete in this world, we must embrace innovation as a national mission, and that is exactly what the government of Pakistan is doing under the vision Digital Pakistan. I am proud to highlight a set of groundbreaking initiatives that reflect our government's unwavering commitment to building a knowledge economy powered by digital transformation. These initiatives are not abstract ideas, they are tangible institutions that are already shaping the future of Pakistan. A major hallmark of this commitment is the establishment of national centers of excellence in frontier technologies. These include the National Center for Artificial Intelligence, which drives applied research in smart agriculture, health diagnostics, and urban planning. The National Center for Cybersecurity, which fortifies our digital infrastructure against cyber threats. The National Center for Big Data and Cloud Computing, which empowers data-driven governance and research. The National Center for Robotics and Automation, which fuels innovation in smart manufacturing and industrial automation. And the National Center for Satellite and GIS Technology, which enhances our capabilities in climate resilience, spatial mapping, and disaster response. In addition, under the Public Sector Development Program, high-impact projects are being prioritized to fulfill the vision of URAAN Pakistan. One key initiative is the project Cyber Security for Digital Pakistan, through which the National Computer Emergency Response Team, NCERT, has been established to lead cyber defense and readiness efforts. The Ministry of Information Technology and Telecommunication is playing a pivotal role in leading this transformation through the Digital Pakistan policy. MOITT is implementing numerous initiatives such as National Incubation Centers, the Digi Skills Program. Pakistan Software Export Board promotes IT exports via innovation zones and tech parks. The upcoming National Cyber Emergency Response Team, a flagship PSDE project, will strengthen national cyber resilience. We are also establishing National Center for Quantum Computing and National Center for Nanotechnology this year. Ladies and gentlemen, government cannot do all this alone. I call upon all stakeholders, our economists, academia, the private sector, and our civil servants, and above all our youth, to become part of this URAAN journey. Let's create a national culture of innovation and research. Let's use data and evidence to shape policies, not opinions and conjectures. Let's ensure women, youth, marginalized communities in every province are partners in this transformation. If we unite around a shared vision, discard cynicism, and rise above partisanship, nothing can stop Pakistan from taking flight. URAAN Pakistan. Let us commit today not just to debate, but to deliver, not just to plan, but to perform, not just to dream, but to do. Together, let us make URAAN Pakistan not just a theme, but a defining chapter in our history. Let us imagine a Pakistan where policymakers make decisions based on real-time dashboards, not outdated reports. Farmers use mobile apps powered by satellites data to decide when to sow and harvest. Students access personalized learning through cloud-based education platforms. Doctors in remote areas consult artificial intelligence-assisted diagnostics for patient care and treatment. Citizens trust their government because services are transparent, data-backed, and efficient. This is not a science fiction. This is all possible within the next 5 years if we make the right investments and choices today. The clock is ticking. The world is moving at digital speed. It is time to move from talks to action and together make URAAN Pakistan a success story of the 21st century. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you so much, sir, for your remarks.
There is still a wonderful addition to the inaugural session.
The Pakistan Institute of Development Economics is committed to fostering a research environment that not only produces high-quality academic work, but also contributes meaningfully to real-world policies and economic challenges.
For that, PIDE has recently launched a work-study program. The WSP is a strategic initiative aimed at integrating academic research with practical exposure in public and private sector organizations. This program aims to provide PhD scholars with opportunities to engage directly with ministries, industries, and organizations to address national and global economic challenges. Today, as we all are gathered here, we're about to call on stage first 3 PhD scholars who will take benefit from this initiative. So for that, I would request Professor Ehsan Iqbal and Vice Chancellor PIDE to please come forward on the stage. So I call the student and they may forward him the certificate. So very first, I'm calling on stage Sana Mubashira, and she'll be completing her PhD in Econometrics, and she will be the first one to be the part of work study program. Sana Mubashira. Upside. Second student who will take benefit from work-study program is Ali Moin, who would also be completing his PhD soon in PhD Econometrics. Sana, please don't go far away because we want to have a group picture with the minister. Lastly, we have Salim Khan, who would soon complete his PhD in economics, and he will be the part of work-study program, which is a recent initiative of PIDE. I would urge Dean PIDE, Dr. Karim Khan, and all the 3 scholars to come on the stage and have a group photo with the Minister, Professor Ehsan Iqbal, for the new initiative work-study program. So.
जितनी देर आते हैं मैं ये यंग रिसर्चर्स को ही कहूँगा पाइड के। देखिए पाइड का कोई रिसर्चर और स्टाफ मेंबर अगर टॉप 25 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में इकोनॉमिक्स में एडमिशन लेता है, इंशाल्लाह ताला वी गारंटी यू विल गिव यू द स्कॉलरशिप। जाके पढ़ें और टॉप यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में बेहतरीन तालीम लेके वापस आएँ। सो दिस इज़ एन ओपन चेक। Any PIDE scholar who can get admission into top 25, one of the top 25 universities in economics, development economics or just areas, उसको scholar उसकी पढ़ाई नहीं रुकेगी, वो scholarship लेके जाए और वापस आके सर्व करे PIDE को और planning commission को।
Students, please gather for the group photo. Sir, after this beautiful overview of Professor Ehsan Iqbal, we still have to give you the souvenir. I would request Vice Chancellor PIDE, Dr. Nadeem Javed, to kindly forward the souvenir to Professor Ehsan Iqbal. Please give a big round of applause. Next, I would request Dr. Nadeem Javed to kindly forward the souvenir to Secretary, Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives.
Let's move for the tea break arranged in courtyard. We will be having our first panel discussion titled Unlocking Pakistan Digital Potential after the tea. Thank you so much, everyone.
The first panel discussion will take place in this hall at 11:30. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you back to the 38th Annual General Meeting Conference by Pakistan Society of Development Economists. I'm Aisha Tariq.
And I'm Mohammad Mohsin. We are honored to be your hosts for today's first panel session titled Unlocking Pakistan Digital Potential, the Next 10 Years.
To moderate this session, we are delighted to introduce our moderator, Mr. Asim Saeed, former member of Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives.
Mr. Asim Saeed brings a wealth of experience in policy planning and digital governance, making him the perfect person to lead this discussion.
Please join us in welcoming
Mr. Asim Saeed.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you, PIDE, for inviting me for this very appropriate and important session on unlocking digital potential for Pakistan for the next 10 years. Let me start by introducing and inviting our panelists. We have a very distinguished group of people here on our panel today. And it's also a very well-balanced panel which represents people from the private sector, there is donor representation, and then there are policymakers as well. So let me start by inviting Mr. Salimullah. He's the Deputy Governor, Finance, Inclusion and Innovation, State Bank of Pakistan. As the Deputy Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Salimullah oversees 5 key groups: digital financial services, financial inclusion, IT, human resource and services, finance and risk management. His prior roles include Executive Director of Financial Resource Management and Director positions in agricultural credit, development finance, Islamic banking, and microfinance. Notably, he led the digitization of FPI tax collections and provincial receipts, significantly enhancing efficiency and taxpayer convenience. He also developed the Islamic version of the Naya Pakistan certificates, integrating Sharia-compliant investment options. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Second panelist is Dr. Najibullah Marwat. Dr. Najib is member of Science and Technology and ICT Planning Commission of Pakistan. Dr. Marwat is a distinguished scientist and policy maker serving as member Planning Commission of Pakistan. He has led significant initiatives in Pakistan, including establishing the US-Pakistan Center for Advanced Studies in Energy with US aid funding and founding the University of Engineering and Applied Sciences in Swat. Dr. Marwat focuses on fostering innovation, enhancing research quality, and promoting technology transfer to advance Pakistan's science and technology sectors. Welcome, Najibullah. My next guest and panelist is Ms. Emma Fan. Ms. Emma Fan is Country Director of Pakistan Asian Development Bank. Ms. Fan serves as the Country Director of ADB. With over 2 decades at ADB, she has held various leadership positions, including Director of the Public Management, Financial Sector, and Regional Cooperation Division in the East Asia Department, and Regional Director of ADB's Pacific Liaison and Coordination Office in Sydney. Her extensive experience encompasses public sector management, financial sector development, and regional cooperation initiatives. In her current role, Ms. Fan oversees Pakistan's ADB's operations, focusing on implementing the country partnership strategy aimed at enhancing economic growth, resilience, and competitiveness. Madam, welcome. My next guest and panelist is Dr. Babar Majid Bhatti Saab. He is the Chief Executive Officer of National Information Technology Board. Dr. Bhatti is the Chief Executive, as I've mentioned, and he leads initiatives to modernize public sector digital infrastructure. Under his leadership, NITB launched the Digital Dialogue Platform fostering collaboration between government and technology stakeholders. Dr. Bhatti has also emphasized the importance of celebrating women's achievements in technology, notably during International Women's Day 2025. Dr. Bhatti is also the co-author of the book Spies in the Bits and Bytes, The Art of Cyber Threat Intelligence, reflecting his expertise in cyber threat analysis. Welcome, sir. My next guest and panelist is Ms. Fatima Akhtar. Ms. Fatima Akhtar serves as the Head of Communication and Sustainability at Jazz Pakistan. In her role, she leads strategic initiatives aimed at bridging the mobile gender gap and promoting digital inclusion. Under her leadership, Jazz has partnered with GSMA Connected Women Commitment to connect more women to mobile internet services in Pakistan. She has also represented Jazz at international platforms, including MWC Barcelona 2024, highlighting the company's commitment to digital equity. Ms. Akhtar combines her academic background with extensive experience in communication, sustainability, and policy advocacy to drive impactful change in Pakistan's digital landscape. Welcome, madam. And finally, my last guest is Mr. Asim Ghaffar. He is Vice President, Engineering, 10 Pearls. So Mr. Ghaffar is the Vice President of Engineering at 10 Pearls, a global digital transformation company. Prior to his current role, Mr. Ghaffar co-founded Easy Fresh Technologies, focusing on B2B fresh product supply chains, and served as Vice President of Engineering and Innovation at Cityscape Real Estate Limited. His career also includes significant positions at Zameen.com, LMKR, where he was instrumental in product development and team growth. He's a founding member at Alexis and has contributed to initiatives like the AI Summit 2024, where he spoke on demystifying generative AI. His commitment to technological innovation continues to drive impactful solutions in the digital landscape. Welcome, Asim Saab, and welcome everyone. So, before I begin, there's some house rules I would like to share with the panelists and with the August audience here. So we will have 2 rounds of discussion. In the first round, I will give 7 minutes to each panelist, and I'll ask some questions. And we'll go across, going from one side to the other, asking questions to each panelist, 7 minutes each. In the second round, once everyone has heard everyone's views, we'll have another second round for about 4 minutes. So in total, 11 minutes for each panelist. After that, we will open the floor for Q&A before we actually conclude the session. So let me just set the stage here a bit. I was just looking at some of the numbers here of the global IT export. They are astronomical when we come to the global IT export numbers. Some of the numbers and estimates were north of $4 trillion as of last year. I was also looking at some of the numbers of our regional competitors and also Pakistan, and let me share those numbers with you. So Pakistan's software IT exports for around 3.2 billion from an export base of around 30 billion. This is circa less than 1% of our GDP. Now let me give some comparison with some of our competitors here. India's IT export is 210 billion. Bangladesh is 1.5 billion. Egypt is 6.2 billion. Vietnam is 3.5 billion, but this probably is a little underreported here. But it has an export base of more than $4 billion. Philippines is $38 billion with an export base of $116 billion. Now, we have talked about URAAN here. IT is one of the sectors which was categorized as a strategic sector in the SIFC as well. It's one of the 5 E's in URAAN Pakistan. And the government of Pakistan has laid a lot of emphasis on this sector. It has been growing at more than 20%, circa 20%, for the last year or so. I think this year the growth is expected to be around 15%. So if I do back of the envelope calculation here, so if I increase, URAAN Pakistan is a 5-year plan till 2029, and let's say I take 15% annualized growth rate for the next 5 years, we will be just north of $6 billion by the end of 2029. And if I just take the IT export percentage of GDP, which is 0.8% right now, and URAAN Pakistan aspires to be $1 trillion economy for Pakistan to 2035, this is only around $8 billion. At least from my perspective, this is probably less than ideal. So the question, obvious question which comes to my mind as a non-technical person is, what's wrong? What's going on here? I mean, we have heard from Minister Saab and other eminent speakers here, there is a lot of potential and there is a framework here, and we have heard a lot of good things. But we really need to understand what really is wrong and what's going on here and what we need to set right in the next 12 to 18 months to actually make use of URAAN Pakistan as a framework to leapfrog this growth. So let me perhaps start with the private sector first. Asim, my namesake, I'll start with you first. So I guess just taking cue from what I have shared with you. So what are the barriers to our growth here in this sector, and what do we need to do in the next 12 to 18 months? And what, in your opinion, you have been in the startup space, what are the key areas of investment and sectors where digital transformation can really drive the export-led growth and competitiveness?
Yeah, so I will try to answer this from 3 perspectives. One, of course, from the IT exports point of view, that's my day job is. And of course, previously I have run venture-based startup, so there are certain ideas from that. And before that, since I was leading Code for Pakistan, so some ideas from that, like from digital society, that perspective as well. And if we are talking about barriers, we need to be mindful that there are some barriers which are impeding the short-term growth, and then there are others which are for long-term growth. So I will try to keep it brief, like 1 or 2 for each of them. I think for the short-term growth, the most fundamental one that I think is the access to talent issue. And contrary to what generally people who work on, let's say, Java or Microsoft Dynamics or something like that, and the university students are not good enough for that. So I don't necessarily agree with that type of thing. But so when I say access to talent issue, the pace of innovation or the rate of change of innovation is changing very, very fast. So even if we train people on something today, it will be redundant in 6 months or so. The real challenge at that level is that how we can come up with a workforce that can like pick the right tool for the right job and those type of things, like people who are really good with problem solving, analytical skills. So if we want to like leapfrog, we need those type of people in that. And I think the fundamental institution that need to fix that is definitely HEC. So and again, I don't think there's anything wrong with the curriculum that we have. The curriculum is aligned with the international bodies like ACM, which is similar to what IEEE is for the electronics. But how we execute that curriculum, like in universities, like are we instilling those type of skills which can make people more creative thinker, innovator, risk taker, and so on? Or we are trying to find just some shortcuts where, okay, if you are earning from digital marketing or something else, it's good, don't worry, don't spend too much time thinking about more higher value things like that. So don't disrespect to other skills, but if we want researchers, innovation and all that, we at university level, the university should not just be listening to industry or other stakeholder. They just have one job, producing graduates that are really, really good, that can, again, as I said, pick the right tool for the right job. So that's, I think, in short of them, that's the impediment. Many companies, they are not able to scale beyond certain level because they are not able to find, they have orders where they need, let's say, 100 more people to work on something, but they can't find the right people at the right time. So I think that's something that I see as a shorter term or to mid-term thing that we can easily fix it. And how to fix it, I think in the later questions I can answer that. But bringing transparency to the process, all those things which are very tried and tested methods across the industry, they can help. We don't need to do any rocket science there. The second thing I think which is short term to even longer term is the infrastructure. So of course in the infrastructure there are some shorter term things. These like blanket disruptions to internet and VPNs and all that thing, think we need to be just consistent about it. I understand that there are some national security priorities and we need to be mindful for that, but at the end of the day the message should be that we have something which is consistent policy where we are taking into account all the stakeholders, including exporters and other stakeholders, and that is because that just doesn't disrupt export, it also disrupt, let's say, e-commerce, internal e-commerce. And if we are hoping to have export e-commerce which is export driven eventually, then we need that type of infrastructure for them. On the longer horizon, I think we need to adopt 5G as soon as we can. There are other, I think the core infra is, as far as I know, is still dependent on two companies. We need to have more so that if one or two sharks bite something, the whole internet don't go away. So we need to bring more resiliency to infra as well. Right now, I think we are ranked pretty low in the internet speed, mobile speed, all those, I think in the top 20 or top 30%. If we want to be a top 25 economy, we need to be a top 25 in at least in those type of infra. Then again, they have benchmarks. We need to see how we can do better in those benchmarks. I think in the very long term, and I think that I will answer more from the startup ecosystem point. Lot of good startups are coming out of Pakistan. I think Kareem has some solid base in Pakistan. Zameen is another example, and so many others. So I keep Truckin, which is now Motive. They have their whole AI team is in Pakistan. But the common thing about all these startups is that none of them has the holding company in Pakistan. So even if they will become a unicorn, it will never be a Pakistani unicorn. So if this means that a lot of the wealth that will be generated will not ever be housed in Pakistan. How to fix that? Right now, there are like 4 or 5 cities in the world where the investors, the VCs, they prefer the company to have the whole code: London, Delaware, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Dubai, and Amsterdam, and a couple of more. Can we come up with a city in Pakistan that can have its own rules, like something like what Singapore become in that region? Something not completely like that, something which is still part of Pakistan, but has a totally different tax to all these type of regime, where investors are comfortable in having holdco, which can have, so something which is a in-between thing between Singapore and let's say the SDGs we are doing. So maybe Gwadar can be that, or some other city. But that's a very long-term plan, but we need to be thinking about it, how to do it, from security to investment friendliness to tourist friendliness and all those things. So I think, because if the barrier is that our regulations are not as friendly as London or as Dubai, we probably can't change it because we need those type of protection for other things that we are doing. But maybe there is a way where we can use something at a local city level and make it more like an international city within Pakistan, and then do these type of things. So I think these are a few things that I can think of. There are others as well. There's always this question that why we have companies that have like 50 million, 100 million, $200 million export, but not 1 billion, 10 billion, 5 billion, like India and other. There are many challenges around that. Some of them are common, like access to talent and others, but then there are others. Do we think about merger and acquisitions at that level, that maybe to grow we need to acquire? Do we have friendly policies to acquire companies in other smaller countries? Do we have fund to match innovation? Do we have other policies that people stop sharing, showing their profits outside, and so many other things. So, but yeah, I think I will stop here and let others speak.
All right. No, thank you, Asim. So access, good quality talent, infrastructure, 5G adoption, holding company structures, some of the points that have percolated, that I've noted here. I'll move on to Ms. Fatima, and Madam, I'll repeat the same questions because I want the questions to be consistent across the private sector panelists so that policymakers can try to respond accordingly. So, Madam, the same questions: what are the barriers? Sure. And also, what are the investment areas of investment for export-led growth?
Sure, thank you. I would like to begin by just recognizing that any trillion-dollar economy ambition that the government of Pakistan has is the first time that I've seen that it's rooted in digital transformation. And I think this is the first step. Before we talk about barriers, I think it's important to recognize what's the value proposition of going digital. Technology leads to trust and transparency. And I think that the biggest value proposition, if I talk from a citizen to government sort of intersection, it really reduces the friction. And I think this has really been the ambition that we as a company want to do. We live by a purpose which is across our organization, where we talk about we want to improve the lives and livelihoods of the people of Pakistan through technology. And there's a huge value proposition there, because when countries which have really recognized the potential of digital technologies, they have really made that shift. So whether it's through a taxation reform program, we need to realize, I mean, telecom, if I speak about the sector that I'm from, it has one of the highest, it has close to 34.5% taxation rates. I mean, if digital technologies is really an ambition where we want to, across the country, make it accessible and affordable, then this is a starting point which we really need to sort of do. What we have seen as a company is, I mean, Jazz was started off as a monolithic telecom player, and today it has become this diversified service co, which we call. And we did this in Pakistan. So I think this is a great use case, that there is a lot of potential here, and we as a successful company, I mean, how we've diversified into cloud, into fintech, I think this is really a use case for everybody in this country. If I talk about sort of what is required now to kind of overcome some of these challenges, I would say is to recognize that banking, broadband, and sort of business ecosystems, these are really the solutions that we need to sort of focus on. We talk about how everybody should have access to a smartphone, and everybody should have access to, at the very least, a wallet, you know, for the kind of transactions that our mobile wallet, which is Jazz Cash, I mean, that's GDP-led sort of almost, I mean, I don't want to say the exact figure, but it's approximately, it's GDP-led sort of level growth that we're seeing. So there's a huge proliferation of financial and digital inclusion. But we cannot be limited in who we target this to. I know you spoke about 5G, and yes, I think that as a country, the 5G is definitely the next level of unlocking digital transformation. But right now, we're also challenged in providing basic 4G to most of the country, right? So it's about infrastructure which needs to be provided. At the same time, it's about affordability of handset. Our smartphone handset penetration is one of the lowest in the world. And even worse is that our women don't have access to that. There's this concept which we talk about in our sector of gatekeeping. And unless we do not ensure that 50% of our population, which is women, they have equal and equitable access to technology, any digital transformation ambition will not be realized. We can sit and have these panel discussions, but they will not bear any fruit. So it's important to really, when we talk about human capital, we need to really root digital upskilling in that, and especially for women. I mean, the kind of impact that investing in women has at a country level, we've recently seen that in countries like Saudi, where they've over-indexed their support to women. So digital and financial inclusion really in their true form really are the key enablers for any kind of sort of transformation. Yeah. I know there's a lot of conversation around DPI, which is digital public infrastructure. I mean, we've seen a lot of countries make that transition. The sort of unified identity model, I think those are great. The kind of interoperability we can have between our institutions, I think that is, with privacy really being ensured, I think that is really sort of something a country like Pakistan can benefit from.
Okay, all right.
So yeah.
No, this is great, Fatma, and also talking of the digital divide here, I think our literacy rate is 62%,
Yes.
and sometimes I wonder, what about the remaining 40%? And if
Yes.
I just take this 40%, with 250 million population, this is circa 100 million.
Yeah.
So that means just standing by alone by itself, this is the 17th largest population in the world.
Yeah.
ahead of Iran, below Vietnam, this 40%.
Yeah,
So
and-
how do we, but we will come to this
Yes, yes.
perhaps in the discussion. I always think of this, that they can't read or write. How do we get them onto this digital, wagon? We don't want them to be left behind.
But I would also encourage us to, from literacy, also start focusing on digital literacy. The value proposition may be easier in some cases for us to enable digital literacy versus, literacy in itself, but digital literacy
Right,
also.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Okay, so Babar Sahab, so the same questions, but I'll just give you a curveball here. I think in addition to this, given your area and where you are as the CEO of NITB, perhaps you can also enlighten us what are the essential reforms which may be needed to building a robust digital public infrastructure.
Thank you, Asim sir. I'll try to be brief here, but the question actually talks about a complex thing, so it needs to be, dissected layer by layer. First of all, my journey, I will tell you of which lens I provide. Over the past 2.5 decades, around 25 years, I worked in the international market, almost all the troubled markets as well as the Western world, like North America, Middle East, Europe, Africa, Pacific, Far East, Oceania, and then I came to Pakistan a couple of years ago. So what I've observed, actually, I think we need to look at the lens from an external perspective as well as an internal perspective as well. So to answer the question, first of all, the barriers, I will say even before that, let's look at the direction. Are we talking about the right direction, digitalization, when we look at the economic growth and when we talk about these constraints? So the first thing is, if you look at the fastest emerging economies in the world, there's a very strong correlation between their economic growth and the pace of their digitalization. So that does justify the case of digitalization. We are looking at the right thing at the right direction. Now, how effective are we looking at it, and where do we stand? Okay. First of all those years when I was working in the international market, I hired people from almost like more than 65 nations. That includes the US, that includes Canada, that includes Australia, but that also includes Pakistani people, that also includes people from India. So just to compare the enablers, the people that we have. So my experience with the people which I brought from Pakistan generally, I mean, I can't generalize, of course, but generally has been superb. They've delivered excellent. They've delivered up to the mark. So what does this tell is what we're producing as a talent, as people, whatever the curriculum, if it is covering or not, but the people, those who are bringing to the international market, they are delivering to the mark. So I would like to congratulate the universities, the institutions, the markets here who are producing those talents, and they are actually making the difference in the world. So that actually means the problem does not lie here, right? Okay, so we are producing excellent talent. Now, the second thing that we look at is, when we talk about the internal perspective, like the direction is right, let's look at the digitalization. Where do we stand? As you very rightly mentioned, $2.1 billion is where we stand today. Okay, let's go back 10 years. Where were we? I think it was around like $250 million in 2013, which was, I mean, there's no authentic report which I could get access to, but this is a ballpark what we can see from various reports. So from $250 million US to, let's say, $3.1 billion where we stand today. So this is a good growth if we look at it from our lens, from a local lens as only. But if we look at what the rest of the world has done in the past 10 years, that's manifolds. So, and especially the digitalization sector that we talk about, that means they've done leaps and bounds while we have not. So that is where we need to talk about the barriers. So what is restraining our growth here? We talked about the people. That is one capacity factor. I can correlate one incident I will tell you. I was in a meeting and we were looking at the demand side. We have sufficient demand to export our talent and export our services when we talk about the recent, at least the past 24 months, what I have spent here. So, for example, we've signed MOUs with Saudi Arabia, we've signed, some contracts and demand. We went to them, we said, I mean, you're giving businesses to the rest of the countries, why not to us as well? They welcomed us, and now we do have a demand. But now when we sit here and we see how do we make the supply happen, how do we fulfill that demand? So first of all, we were sitting in a meeting and we were putting our heads around and like, okay, and my question was, I need to see one of the areas I work in is cybersecurity and AI. So I want to see how many people are there in IDAM, Identity and Access Management, one area in cybersecurity. So how many people do we have here? What are the business that we have here who are specialized in it? The answer is, I was told, Mr. Baba, what are you talking about? We don't know, and no one else knows. What is the skill set? What is our capacity, especially in one niche area? Who can tell you? I said, no, I'm surprised. And say, no, no one has this. I said, don't say that. For example, I'll give you an example of Australia. I'll give you an example of Canada. You go to their website, immigration portal, and you will see this is the exact number of visas in cybersecurity. This is what they need. So there we know our demand, there we know our supply, there we know our gap, and we have a strategy to fill that gap, right? So a holistic strategy to look at that. So this is one of the things I will say, that you can't manage something if you can't control it, and you can't control something if you cannot measure it. So the first step actually is to fill and know those gaps that we need to look at it. For example, there are a good directional initiatives that we have done, and I will say we are moving in the right direction, but the journey is long. But when we have to optimize, if you have to, like you asked about unicorns, so if you have to grow large crystals, you have to provide them an enabling environment as well. You have to let them grow, and then you have to customize the environment around it. That is how the unicorns are grown, right? So that is what Fatima was talking about, Asim was talking about as well. So what we need to do is we need to actually focus on those niche areas and then do the growth. Okay, one of the gaps, I will give you an example as well. One of the enabling environments, if you look at the Western world, and if you look at not only the Western world, because they are not doing very good when you talk about, everyone is facing trouble. UK, if you look at them, so they shot themselves in their foot when they went for Brexit, and they're struggling with it. So everyone does mistakes. But I'm sorry, Mohammed said. So, but the thing is, so everyone does that. But the thing is, when we need to look at the global opportunities, one of the things that we need to do is be very vigilant. I'll just wind up in the next 30 seconds. Yeah. So one of the things that we need to look at is look at what's happening in the world. When the Trump administration has moved into the White House, the whole world is reshuffling. Everyone is talking about different alliances. Everyone is talking about different investment trends. Now, this is a golden opportunity for us. When we shape our economic policies and our growth policies and our digitalization, we need to factor in how can we redo our alliances. One of the weak areas that we have is the alliances that blocks us from export of our software sector. So we need to redo those alliances and see where we can, for example, so many countries in Europe are now shaking up their economy. They're putting down dollars. So we need to see how we can put alliances with them and grow the business.
No.
So
no, thank you, Barbara. Thank you so much. Concerning with respect to enabling environment, perhaps in the second round, I will request you to be a little more specific for my guests here, because I do want the policymakers and my friends from the government to respond to the private sector, so that we can have a constructive outcome from this panel discussion. Ms. Emma, the World Bank and ADB, they have been our partners in the development journey. from the ADB's perspective, I guess the question becomes that how can the ADB country partnership framework, which is very important for Pakistan, can be leveraged to support the nation's digital transformation?
Thank you very much. That's a great question. It's one of the questions we ourselves are trying to search for an answer as well. I think in terms of leveraging our country partnership strategy, which is currently in the making, then the first thing is diagnostics. What are the key barriers really preventing Pakistan from fulfilling its potential, including its digital potential? So as you have outlined, there are various data that shows there are numerous constraints. The first one is the backbone infrastructure. And but again, data tells us that fiber optic penetration rate is still extremely low, and the global average is about 40%. The number we have for Pakistan is about 1%. So the differences are stark, and this kind of major infrastructure gaps cannot be fulfilled by individuals and companies easily. They require public sector intervention. And for people who are utilizing the digital services, we clearly observe that people with faster internet connection use it more than those who are struggling. So the backbone foundational infrastructure needs to be looked at. That's really not business mission accomplished for now. And during our country partnership strategy conversations, as well as our annual programming exercises, we are actually searching for ideas. Where can we bring value for money and fit for purpose infrastructure development? Finance is scarce and difficult to secure, but great ideas are even rare. So if we can really matching investment finance to where it strikes most and where it generates highest value, we can help the country to transform in that digital journey. The second one is really on the last mile connection. If we can address some of the major infrastructure constraints, how can we broaden the applications in the areas of health, education, and so many innovations are taking place, and especially given that the larger rural-urban divide exists in Pakistan. This is the kind of hope we have to bring the underserviced population into the development journey. So in this connection, of course, the revenue mobilization and generations are huge foundational development piece. So we are working with FBR in a 125 million project to improve digital tax administration. I think we are trying to push for application in the education, health, different sectors, especially in the rural areas. And then the third area is really about financing. This is not just a public sector space and solution. We see how dynamic the private sector is, and they are leading the development. So really, how do we enable the private sector by modernize the regulations, by really streamline different requirements? So unshackle the private sector development is a necessity in this space. I think finally I want to mention that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are many great things happening in the world. And one thing is India's BharatNet program is talked about frequently. And that's trying to connect 640,000 villages to internet. And it's going on for nearly 20 years. Certain things, there are no quick solutions. We must find a direction and stick to it. The perseverance is very important. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Ms. Emma, thank you very much. Very appropriate and pertinent points. Backbone infrastructure, fiber optics, last mile, the use of digital applications, access to finance, and more importantly, having stable, continuous policy continuity for the private sector, which I think our earlier panelists and the Honorable Minister also talked and stressed upon. Moving on to Member Planning Commission, Science and Technology and IT, Marwat Saab. As a policy maker, what, in your opinion, what regulatory shifts are needed to build a secure, investor-friendly digital economy? And also, I think, how do we tackle this trust deficit from the perspective of, cyber security and e-government challenges?
Well, thank you. I think the most important thing for all of us is, and for the government actually, we know basically that what digital economy means. Sometimes we take one component and miss the other one. So for us, when we say digital economy, there are three core components. The first one is the core, that's the infrastructure. The second one is the narrow scope, which is the services. And the third one, which is still the missing part, harsh reality in Pakistan, that's the Industry 4.0. That's basically automation. That's the precision engineering. And that's basically the e-commerce. So I think the first important thing is when we say digital economy, we are talking about the three spectrum. The second important thing is for any, I think, progress, it's not bit and pieces. We have to take the whole ecosystem. And in the URAAN Pakistan, for e-Pakistan, the digital Pakistan, we have taken 5 components. That's not my framework, that's MIT framework. And the 5 components are the government, the industry, the academia, then basically it's the risk capital, the banking side, and then the entrepreneurship. And I would like to talk about all of the 5 components, because in the whole value chain, if you miss one part, there is valley of death. And that's unfortunately, that has been done so many times in Pakistan, that the whole value chain was not taken care, it was all fragmented. So coming toward the first one, that's basically the government responsibility. And in the government, I think with this digital transformation, the first one is the governance, the data governance. The data which we have, there are 2 major issues, the sharing issues and the interoperability issues. And if these are not well aligned, we are nowhere regarding the data fabrics. So that's basically one of the key things which we are taking care. The second one is basically the data privacy and security. In this digital innovation, and especially for the financial services, for the e-government, unless and until this part, like as it has been done in the Europe, the GDPR system, unless and until we have this system, I mean, we can't talk about the financial services and the e-government. The third and the last one, that's basically the quality and the data collection. Harsh reality again, we don't have a very robust mechanism for the data collection and the quality. Sometimes we get the data which is outdated. And that's the key reason that it cannot be used for the policy making. So what now we have done actually, rather than to highlight the issues, there is a project called DEEP with the World Bank, and all of the 3 components have been taken care, and they are making a central sort of authority for the data. That's one part. The second part is the infrastructure, because with this AI intervention and change, unless and until we have the data storage system and GPU based, we will be again missing the big shift. So this is again, this has been taken care. And for that one, we are considering public-private partnership, because that cannot be done by government alone. Along with this one, we are also taking care of the broadband spectrum. That's one of the key challenge. That's basically the access and the speed. Now, the second one, that's the technological part. The second part is basically the risk capital. And in the risk capital, we are talking about the venture capital. You can see in the URAAN Pakistan, we would like to have unicorns. Unfortunately, again, harsh reality in Pakistan, you can see startups, and then after a certain time, there is always a death. So we have realized that what are the missing links? We have the representative of the State Bank in Pakistan. There are 2 key challenges. One of the major key challenge is the international transaction. So that unless and until we take this international payment system aligned with either PayPal or Stripe or whatever it is, I mean, there will be issues. That's one of the key challenge. And the second one basically is this repatriation issue. You can bring in money, but sending money is hell of the task. So these are the two key challenges regarding this risk capital. The second one basically is the entrepreneurial system. Now, for the entrepreneurial journey, there must be a very straightforward exit strategy. You make a story, you build a story, and unless and until there is an exit strategy, there is certainly a death. So the two challenges for the exit strategies, one is basically merger and acquisition. So unless and until, and that has again been taken care, so unless and until there is merger and acquisition supported by the state bank, nothing will happen. And then basically along with this one, the key challenge is the IPO, the initial public offering. I think the most difficult and the complex phenomena in the world is our Pakistan IPO system. If you have a startup and if you want to go for the public offering IPO, that makes really life miserable. So that's basically the risk capital and the entrepreneurial system. The third and the most important one is then it comes to the academic world. Because if you have a well robust structure, if you have all the financial transactions and all the global system, but if you lack the technical HR, nothing can be done. So what we have done and what we are doing, the government has initiated 4 National Center of Excellence, and that was basically to have trained HR for this shift. One is National Center of AI, one is the National Center of Cybersecurity, one is the National Center of Big Data, and one is the National Center for AI. So these are the 4 centers which has been developed. We have now added the quantum technology as well, so that's basically the 5th one. So, and let me share the targets. We currently are having like 75,000 per annum IT graduates. In the URAAN Pakistan, we have realized that this is basically not aligned with our vision. So we are increasing this to 2 lakh per year. And the last but not the least, it's not only the number of graduates, it's basically the quality. Because if these graduates are not aligned and equipped with the private sector demand and with the global standards, we will say, again, the numbers, but nothing will happen. So I can say and summarize that all of the components of the ecosystem have been taken care, and that's under the URAAN Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Najib. Very pertinent points once again. Data collection and governance. I personally, while being at the Planning Commission, I'm witness to it. Getting hold of data is extremely difficult, even for research at the Planning Commission. Public-private partnerships, broadband spectrum, a couple of very important points in the startup system pertaining to IPOs and how hairy the process can be in M&A space, as well as for the international payment system. I've heard this point many times from people in the startup space. So moving on to the State Bank of Pakistan, Salim Saab, seems like a lot of burden has been placed on you. I'll just mention the question here, but I think a lot of things have come out in the discussion. A couple of things from Najib, and Ms. Fatma also mentioned about the importance of financial inclusion. So just taking cue from there, I guess the question becomes that how can Pakistan mainstream its digital inclusion for the next 10 years when it comes to its human capital and labor strategy. And also I would request if we could talk about the digital divide and try to address some of the points raised here by the panelists.
Thank you, Asim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's very, very interesting discussion we have been having. So the key issues that we have been discussing here, that how can we capitalize on the opportunity that we are having based on the digital transformation going on across the globe. And we really are living in a digital era. And the next 10 years or 15 years, it is an era where we would witness, we are already witnessing, and we would be witnessing a more rapid pace digital transformation, and we must see that how can we tap this opportunity, and if we don't tap this opportunity, this is going to become a huge challenge for us, particularly the countries like ours is having that huge challenge. So, the 2 or 3 areas that have been discussed. One area that I would like to emphasize the most is that the kind of education system that we have been having. This education system needs to be reformed completely. Our education system is producing, let me say this in slang words, the clerks. So we must have an education system that is producing the quality and the skill mix that is needed for our economy, and there is a huge focus that is needed on producing such graduates from our colleges, from our universities, that are having skill mix which are compatible with our digital needs and with the needs of the current era, rather than just producing the non-skilled, unskilled workforce that not having the technical skills or the vocational skills or the IT skills and the digital skills that are needed. And second most important thing that has also been highlighted is the kind of digital infrastructure that we are having. We must invest very generously in our digital infrastructure. With 1% fiber optic penetration, we cannot see that we would be able to tap the opportunities that are available in that world. Thirdly, we must see that how can we include our people? How can we leverage the digital platforms and the digital technologies to improve the lives of our people? The point that was highlighted by Fatma with respect to the digital divide. Still, despite having, I think, pretty remarkable achievement with respect to the financial inclusion in the last 10 years, we increased our bank accounts penetration from 16% in 2016 to 64% at the moment. But still, 53% of our female don't have any bank account. Be it the Jazz Cash or Easy Paisa or the branchless banking account or be a normal banking account. 53% of the population, women, female population not having the bank accounts. So I'm not saying that this is not the responsibility of others. It is a collective responsibility and one of the prime responsibility of the State Bank of Pakistan as well, that we must take initiatives that should be able to bridge that gender gap, both in terms of financial inclusion as well as the digital divide. And there are cultural roadblocks to it as well. Still, despite having a significant journey in this respect, still there are cultural roadblocks. And through those intensive efforts and awareness campaigns and advocacy, we need to bridge that gender gap so that more and more people could be enabled to use these digital platforms and these digital services. One thing that I would like to highlight is it is the public service delivery. How can we facilitate our people by shifting to e-government models, while we are taking initiatives so that the payment system is available, a ubiquitous payment system is ensured in the country, and we have that RAS that is enabling us to reach out to the more and more people. But at the government level, all the services that are being delivered, that what are our plans to digitize those services so that the people should be benefited from those developments in the digital platform. One initiative that we took as far as the government collections and the payments are concerned, we took that initiative way back in 2018. And the initiative was that let's digitize the government tax collections. And today, by the grace of Almighty, 90% of the FBR collections are being made through the digital platforms. And through the introduction of RAS last year, a few years back, we have brought all the federal government payments to the digital platform. And similarly, within this year, we will be bringing all the provincial government payments to the digital platforms. So what is needed is that a collaborative approach. We have been taking initiatives in isolations. Luckily, this URAAN Pakistan is one platform, one document that is giving us sort of a cohesive approach that we could have that collaborative effort. Each and every member, be in the public sector or in the private sector, should be able to play its respective role, so that a collective approach and a mechanism should be available with respect to using and capitalizing on the opportunity that is available to us. We could build on for this.
No, absolutely. Thank you, Salim Saab. And I think a lot of important and pertinent points have been highlighted here. And if I look at the discussion till now, and I just compare it to URAAN Pakistan's e-Pakistan, it's happy to note that it's a validation of the framework in itself, because under e-Pakistan, it has these subcategories, and it talks about working on the digital infrastructure and in improving coverage. It talks of developing the startup space. It talks about IT and training skills. It talks of the AI framework, which we really haven't really talked about. It talks about it, the e-Pakistan. It talks about cybersecurity. It talks about reorienting science and technology, engineering, and academia and industry. So I think, generally speaking, from the panelist discussion, I think this is a validation of e-Pakistan and the overall concept of URAAN Pakistan, that it truly is in the right direction. But obviously, it will need a lot of good execution to get us to where we want to be. Now, panelists have heard what everyone had to say, and I will probe a question or two. But I think in round two, it's more of each panelist's thoughts based on what each one has heard and whatever they want to say. I just want to kick off discussion two by referring to a book that I read called Nexus recently by Noah Harari, and it's about information in the AI space and age. And when I think of that book and what I've heard from the panelists here, there's one major risk which comes to my mind, and I'm not an IT guy by any means. And one of the themes in that book was that AI is just going to do everything, and it's going to take away a human element from what we have right now. So, for example, the softwares that we make today will be made by AI. So then the question becomes that we have 75,000 students coming out. We want in the next 5 years 200,000 students coming out. Are we investing in the right area? Maybe we need to invest in people who actually make those algorithms, which are going to be thinking just by themselves when you just unleash them. Are we actually investing in the right area? To me, this is a huge risk, especially what recently we saw what DeepSeek did to NVIDIA and some of the Mag 7s and their valuations. AI will be doing a lot of stuff that some of our graduates are doing right now. With this thought in the backdrop, I'll start again with my namesake, Asim. What you have heard the policymakers. Are the policymakers in the right direction? You are our clients, the private sector. So this is also an opportunity for you to tell them what they need to do. So what policy reforms do policymakers need to focus on in the next 12 months, and perhaps some of the risks that you can also touch upon?
Yeah, I think, so AI is actually my field, so I'm closely reading what different people are saying about it. And yes, AI has surprised many, including likes of Google. The traction that ChatGPT initially got, no one was expecting that it will be so. As the founder himself, the OpenAI founder himself said that it's deceptively good. And then when DeepSeek came out, it kind of like stumped everyone. There was a thought process, the more GPU you have, you will have better AI, and then DeepSeek kind of like challenged everything. So yes, AI means that we can continue with the policies we have in 2024. So that's true. And there will be course correction. So for example, in one of the top universities in Pakistan, I was trying to see merit list of different programs for the last year, and the computer science was like somewhere 300, software engineering 500, AI 800, and electrical engineering was down 1900. Mechanical was even lower than that. So I think that will correct. People will realize that CS is not the only way forward. We need to be very good with electrical, mechanical, and all other engineering disciplines. So the HEC will need to will not be in a kind of like a situation where everything is gone. It's just that some other fields will again get better traction. So I think one advice that just don't bank on CS. We need more well-rounded engineering forces, mechanical, electrical, and CS, and other disciplines as well. And yes, AI will automate a lot of jobs. Right now, just for the clarity, I am one of those people who don't consider a doom scenario right now. Of course, there are divide. There are some people like Elon Musk who thinks that it's a doom scenario. I think the AI is not that good. It is deceptively good. It is not that good. At the end of the day, it's just predicting the next word, and so many of things need, even if you will ask it to do deep research, if you are not an expert, you will not be able to find many errors it has, and if that's a danger if you will just keep sharing it as it. So I think there is still there's a room, but of course that's a moving target. AI will improve and so on and on. Second thing, there's this thesis that earlier software development or AI or all these things were expensive. Let's say if it was the cost of doing it was $100. This means a lot less businesses, individuals, companies, governments were able to afford it. Now with this, it will just become more affordable, which means there will be a lot more work. So if the total number of people will remain the same because the demand will just hugely go up. Like this earlier things that only companies like Nestle or ICI or others could do. Now even the smaller companies have this chance of doing it because of affordability that comes with AI-driven, AI-augmented development. So I think in 4 or 5 years, things will not that much change. But with AI, you can't predict anything. Something like DeepSeek can completely change. That type of moment can change it. So I think we don't need to drastically change the policies. But here's what my belief is, that let's say we need to keep this goal in mind, that the goal is to be a $3 trillion economy by a certain date. Work backwards, that okay, in 5 years, 10 years, where will we be in terms of different sectors, in terms of different, let's say, vertical and horizontal things, and then keep coming back, okay, what will happen in year 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and what are the hurdles and the policies we need to do from going from year 1 to 2 and 2 to 3, and those type of working back. This is not my idea. This is something that Amazon and many other companies do. They have something that they set target on, and then they work backward. Like what are the minimal set of things we do? Of course, we have other political, not in a negative sense, but in a positive, there are political challenges. We can't do things which will only benefit people in Islamabad or Karachi. We need to come up with things which are beneficial for the whole country. We need to be inclusive. But let's say if there is a $3 trillion economy target, what are those 3 or 4 things that can help us achieve it? So in my opinion, if that means having less people work and using more and more AI, then do it. The wealth that will come, we can still use it and repurpose it for others. But if we want to kind of like muddle this goal of creating more wealth for a country and also creating a lot more jobs, we may not end up at a good shot.
Sure. Thank you, Asim. Ms. Fatma. From your perspective, what do the policymakers need to do to help facilitate the private sector?
I'll just begin with a quick point
Sure.
on AI. So what we really believe internally within our organization is that it's not AI that's really going to replace us, it's a person using AI will. So the shift that we kind of have within our sort of realm is that we look at it not as artificial, rather augmented intelligence. So this is a tool which can enhance your capability and your productivity. And that is, I think, when approached with this mindset, I don't think there's anything to be sort of fearful about. Rather, I think it is something which can really sort of be an advantage to you, whether as a company or as a country. I just want to point out that I have had the privilege of working in the public affairs space for a while, and what I have seen over the past few years is that there is a shift that has happened at the policy sort of makers' end, where they are more receptive and they are more willing to learn. You see, a lot of what has happened has also been a deficit at the private sector end, that how much of education have we done of the public sector to sort of really walk them through what our day-to-day challenges are. And that coming together, I would say that is happening very well currently as we speak. So if I have also had the opportunity of working with Babar. We launched a local large language model initiative where I've partnered with him. We as JAS have partnered with NITB. I've had the opportunity of working with Dr. Najibullah. We're on the same AI task force. Mr. sort of Salimullah at the State Bank, he is a big advocate of digital and financial inclusion. He's one of the key champions that we have over there. And I would say that if I just speak about this panel, I do not say that there is anything lacking when it comes to them being receptive of what needs to be done. But what does need to be done is collectively we need to work sort of more meaningfully. We as private sector should not always treat the government as these are our problem areas and you have to solve them. Yes, that an enabling regulatory business environment is key for private sector to thrive. But beyond that also, I think if we align, as Asim said, that if this is what our goal is and we identify that this is a collective responsibility, I don't think there is anything stopping us. So really from more sort of a critique or confrontation, we should really work towards more collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Babar Sahab, your thoughts, having heard everyone here, and also I think from your earlier discussion, if you could just maybe identify one or two key areas for the enabling environment to be corrected for us.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I totally agree with Fatima and Asim. Number one, automation is the key. So AI is the vehicle. Number two, we need to rethink everything. I mean, it's not like AI is going to take jobs. It is AI is going to enable. Example, we're working on one policy note with Dr. Sab here, and that is when a business comes to registration in Pakistan, it doesn't take them days or weeks, it takes them months. So this is where we need to rethink the process and the efficiencies and use the AI to transform the efficiencies. That's the enablement part. Now, in order to make it happen, what we are doing here as under the URAAN concept as well and at National Information Technology Board is the digitalization strategy of Pakistan that we formulated comprise 3 pillars. The first one is digital society. So the benefit of the digitalization in transforming the society, the lives of the people. And it's not only, very rightly said, not only people in Islamabad and the capital cities, but people in the outreach areas as well. And yes, one of the areas that needs to be addressed is infrastructure, because we've just done one citizen services initial deployment in Gilgit-Baltistan, and we are actually facing some infrastructure issues there in order to make it happen, outreach to the people. The second pillar is digital economy. Because one of the problems that, again, the underlying thing, if you look at our economy, is a big leakage because it's a cash-based economy. Whatever money and amount you put in it, there's leakage, and it's a cash-based economy. So through digital economy, we do the cashless economy. That's one of the initiatives that we're working. And then the third pillar actually is when we want the society to be digitalized, when we want the economy to be digitalized, then the government itself needs to be digitalized as well. That is the digital governance. And I'll give you an example of that one as well, like the e-office initiative to have paperless environment in federal government. So all of the federal ministries are using it now. And one intervention we just did in the past 4 months, and it brought a huge impact, was the decision making in the government happens through an artifact which is called summary, which is moved from the ministry to the process. And the average processing time of this was 22 working days. And when we have digitalized it to 100% degree, and now we've got the directives from the Prime Minister that the summaries will only be accepted in the digital form, and we've implemented it and adopted it, now that average time has come down from 22 to 3 days. So that's how the efficiency of the government is improving as well. So the message at the end of the day is, number one, automation. Number two, a clear direction that we are heading it to. And number three is we need to rethink as very well said by Dr. Saab as well, the policies, the enabling environment, the whole of government approach, the data governance thing, it can't happen without those things. So those policies need to be done. AI regulation, don't worry. The whole world is grappling with this because it moves very fast as compared to how it is planned. But we must be in the right direction, and I'm very confident under this URAAN Pakistan initiative, we are headed in the right direction. So good luck.
No, thank you, Barbara. That's very kind of you. Miss Emma, your final thoughts.
Thank you. Your question is excellent. I think in the real world, especially in a context like Pakistan, everything is linked to anything else. Where do we start? So the question is, what are the policy objectives and what are the policy instruments? We need to have some careful thinking about that. And where should we intervene? Where should we leave it to really to the market forces? So in this regard, I have 4 suggestions.
Sure.
One is, as I mentioned, the kind of backbone infrastructure, and that huge gap cannot be filled automatically. So we must identify specific gaps and invest on that. The second one is, I would advocate for deregulation, not regulating. In Pakistan, when we look at the success in the telecom sectors, in the banking sectors, it's because of a deregulation, not because of we regulating. Of course, certain minimum level of regulation is required, but the common understanding is the regulation is overly burdensome, outdated, intertwining, conflicting. I think let's look at that. That is definitely an instrument that we need to look at. The third one, people talked about big sandboxes. I think some panelists talked about, and special economic zones. A narrow understanding of special economic zone is just an enclave, a little area. But the economic zone is actually a laboratory. You experiment something good, then you expand to the rest of the country. At least that's how China did it. From some cities, it then expanded almost to the whole country. And how can we find maybe 5 cities, for example, as digital hubs, and give more, lighter-handed regulation, let the entrepreneurship show us what we can do. Finally, I think digital is not operating in a vacuum. It's when we think about 40% of the children are out of school, a large number of children are not receiving quality education even at school, we can't be talking about modernization. I think the education system needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Very pertinent, once again, points. Najib, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think regarding the AI policy, we are almost there. The Planning Commission has constituted a task force, and we are having discussion with the stakeholders. So we are trying to fill the gap and the missing parts. So that's regarding the AI. I think one of the questions was, after AI, how about human-centric thing? So let me tell you the latest updates. The 4th industrial revolution was called Industry 4.0, but very recently, almost like a couple of months ago, it has been changed, and the nomenclature is Industry 5.0, which means basically the Industry 4.0 means everything automated. I mean robotics, IoT, AI, and all of those things. And then it was realized that no, unless and until human-centric things are there, it can't work. So the question is, and the question will be, that this human should be well advanced, more equipped than the AI. So the knowledge paradigm and this whole, all things will be shifted and more advanced. So yes, we need a big shift in the academic standards. Regarding the policy, I think it's not only policy making. Since last 77 years, we have already made policies. I think the most important thing is the policy implementation and the action plan. So two things are very important for the policy implementation. A part is the political stability. Because if it is not very stable, there is always this change and nothing happens. That's what we have seen and witnessed. And though if it is stable, the most important thing is the government ownership. So at least we can see that under URAAN Pakistan, there are 5 priorities, well defined, well structured, very holistic approach. So I'm very optimistic, and after the Gen Z and Gen Alpha, I think there is this shift as well, so that we will be aligned with the 4th and the 5th industrial revolution.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Gee, Salim Saab.
So then, just to build upon what Dr. Najib said, that it is the development of the human capital and the human skills that would enable us to better use the AI. There will be ample HR that would be spared due to the availability of that AI. We would be able to do many things that the humans are currently doing, but then the focus should be that how can we better utilize the time that has been spared with the usage of AI so that we can better utilize the AI facilities to have the facilities and the processes and the mechanisms that could enable us to use that development for the service of the mankind. So let me reiterate some of the initiatives that we have been taking with respect to the digital economy. So the development of a very robust and ubiquitous digital ecosystem and a digital payment ecosystem is the strategic objective of the central bank. And we have been working extensively to have that system implemented in the country. And the goal is that each and every member and citizen of the country should be able to have access to all these digital platforms. So, let me give you a few statistics that right now about 60 million people are using the mobile wallets, and these mobile wallets are being used for the purpose of making all those bill payments and the digital payments and all these things. There are more than 13 million users of the banking apps that they are using. So our goal is that we should be able to have that digital payment ecosystem that should enable the people to make all these payments and all these transactions should be settled digitally. One area that is very, very critical and that would enable us to have big synergies and dividends is the reduction in the CIC. The currency in circulation, right now it is more than 9.5, 9.6 trillion rupees. And we aim that in the next 5 years, if we can bring this currency in circulation down by 25%, that would bring a liquidity of about 2 to 2.5 trillion rupees in the banking system. And that would help us a lot in improving the overall penetration of the financial system. Second aspect that I would like to highlight is the extensive focus on the financial inclusion. And this digital platforms and the digital technology that is available, that is enabling us to reach out to more and more people. How we have been able to reach to increase the bank accounts penetration from 16% to 64% in 10 years, it is based on the technology. And we are very confident that In the next 5 years, that penetration level will be 75%, and the digital platforms will be providing us the major impetus and the major will be the major instrument that would be enabling us to reach out to these large number of people. Lastly, we have been focusing extensively on improving the financial literacy, and that is critically important to bridge that gender gap, as well as to bridge the digital divide. Yesterday we started the Financial Literacy Week that is being held countrywide, and it will be completed on 18th of April. It's a week that we are celebrating, and the key focus is that how can we reach particularly to the women which are largely out of the financial system, and how can we remove those cultural barriers and the cultural taboos that are still restricting the women to be part of the economic system and the financial system. Thank you.
Thank you, Salim Saab. I think once again very pertinent points have been raised by you. I would like to now open the session to the public and to this room, and let's try to have some equality here. So one question from a gentleman and one from the lady. So yourself. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Nasser from ADB and government background also. But I just, everybody mentioned implementation, execution. You mentioned execution. I think that's the key. And from a 5E's perspective, there has to be an operational mechanism. How do you operationalize it in order to have a productive economy? This has to go into the sectors. So my question is to all of the panelists, and it can be a one-liner response. If you had $300 million to spend over the next 300 to 400 years, with the money coming to you next year, what project would you like to do as a project manager?
So who would like to take it? Asim? Okay.
I think if there's one area where we are uniquely positioned to do or excel is probably Islamic finance. So that is something that we have a good population size to test it and then export it to the whole Islamic world.
Great. Any other panelists who would like to respond to the gentleman? Yourself, Najib.
I think I will say that rather than one component, it should be all the parts to be aligned, because as I mentioned, that if you strengthen one part and miss the other one, if I don't have the HR, if I don't have the financial transaction, if I have the technical, but if there is the priority, I think we should move on toward the broad spectrum of the what is called the digital economy. That's basically the Industry 4.0. The e-commerce, the precision agriculture, and for that we need AI storage system. So I think that should be the priority. The cloud computing and IoT system. So these three are the core priorities of the government. Infrastructure.
Yeah. Can I answer this?
Great. So I'll come to you. There's one at the back. Can someone take the mic at the back? I'll try to cover. So we'll come to you and yourself as well, sir. Come to you, just a minute.
Thank you. This is Mehtab. I work for the news. Sir, my question is very fundamental. Do we want Pakistan to move as a security state or as a state digitally enabling environment for the whole country? As there is a internet shutdown, and Twitter is banned in Pakistan. So do you think that we are moving for digital Pakistan and we are talking appropriately to discuss and providing an enabling environment for the whole country? Thank you.
I think maybe perhaps one of you can take this one.
Well, I think, in a country like Pakistan, one should be very realistic. If you have all open things, you know the reality. So from the government point of view, whether we say half glass empty or half glass full, I think we have done a lot in the digital economy. The last 2 years increase regarding the digital economy and the export and the export particularly, I think we have done a tremendous work. But if I even compare this with the global, we are basically, we lag behind. So there is this question. In a country like we have actually out of school children, in a country where there are security and threats, in a country where there is basically this shutdown of the internet, in a country where there is basically this access and the speed issue. So this is one part, but on the other part, when we see, let me share the figures. China, in the recent past, I went to China. The China digital economy is contributing 46% to the GDP. So if we miss, and as I mentioned, we have missed 3 industrial revolutions. This industrial revolution doesn't need that huge infrastructure, like, that huge real infrastructure. So I think that's one of the opportunity, and then we must consider.
The gentleman's question, if the mic can be passed on to the gentleman in the front row, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Parvez Iftikhar. I'm an ICT professional. Question to the 2 representatives from the government. We are talking of enabling policies, which everybody wants to have for digital Pakistan. URAAN Pakistan is also a wonderful initiative. But we are not talking of what's the opposite of enabling? Disenabling policies. Fatma mentioned this access, for example. The most heavily taxed is access, digital access in Pakistan. 34.5% goes to the government when you easy load 1,000 rupees, 350 rupees go. Similarly, one taxes things in order to discourage people. For example, you want to discourage people from smoking, you put heavy taxes on cigarettes. But why do we encourage or discourage access? Right. And how can we do anything on a mass scale on digital to transform digitally when we are taxing access? Right. Smartphone penetration, we are one of the lowest smartphone penetration in the world. A smartphone worth $200 used to be taxed rupees 20 in Pakistan, locally produced. Since 1st July 24, it is taxed at 18% flat. So we are making an entry barrier, raising an entry barrier here. So what about such policies? We have to do something about
right,
that.
Sir. So who would like to, maybe Salim Saab, you can try to respond to the gentleman.
So I fully agree that the taxation system should not target the sectors like the IT and the digital sector for the purpose of revenue collection. Rather, in my personal opinion, this should be the sector that needs to be facilitated so that the taxes and the revenues could be generated from the externalities that would be from the business growth that would be generated. So if you can take my own words, I probably Dr. Anjeev would like to add on it, but my personal view is that we must facilitate through enabling, rather encouraging taxation policies with respect to the areas which we want to promote. Yeah. So it should not be the one that is an easy scapegoat available and just have the revenue available. But obviously the ground reality is that we have been struggling with respect to development of a progressive taxation system. So I hope and let's pray that we should be able to have such system.
Sir, I'll just make a small comment to your question. I was watching Bloomberg regarding, the Trump tariffs, and one of the tariff experts on the channel mentioned that tariffs are detrimental, but probably more detrimental is that once they're implemented and enforced, it's very difficult at times for them to come off. And that struck a chord with me, because when I was at the Planning Commission, the gentleman to your right, he started an initiative. This is Nadeem Javed Saab. He started an initiative, and I was a part of it. We made an honest effort to actually review all the policies of the government. It's a Herculean task. The issue, what happens is that we are good at creating policies, we are poor at implementing policies, and we are terrible at reviewing policies. Okay? So our policies, they are set in time and they don't move with the times. So to your point, not only on taxation, but generally on policies, that point is taken, and I hope, and I'll encourage Nadeem Saab to also look into this now. He is back in the government to look at this area, and perhaps some progress can be made there. Thank you. Sir, your question. Madam, I'll come to you after this. I'll take your question. Sir, just try to be brief, sir. I want to take that lady's question and the gentleman to your left as well.
Right, ji, my name is Amar Jaffrey. I think 90% people sitting in the hall know me very well, so I won't introduce myself. My question to the government, because right now everybody is sitting here, I claim to be founder of E-Pakistan. In this hall, Previous Sahib, you are sitting here. In this hall, he was head of USF at that time. We took the broadband to Mera Bagwal. Broadband to Mera. In 2009. The newspapers, the media channels in our neighboring country, they had the news that Pakistan has taken broadband to a village. So from where we started. There is an interesting situation in government of Pakistan. I served as additional director general of FIA, and everybody knows me. The cyber crimes wing, the airport system, your Nadra, everything, I had a pioneering role into that. I am feeling very happy today that government of Pakistan is sitting here, private sector is sitting here, Jazz is sitting here, and we are on a road to success. I repeat the same question which the minister raised. Whatever follies, whatever mistakes we did in the past, forget about it. Start your day today. Look at the future, and trust you me, we have a very bright future. Najib Saab, I'll come to you and I'll talk about Society 5.0. There's a Japan initiative, and you'll have to support me, Najib. You'll have to support me, right? Otherwise, I'll go on the road, right? Because AI, IoT, blockchain, metaverse, whatever we are talking about, all is we are doing it for Pakistan. Right? So I will come to you the day and time. You will give it to me, and you will support me.
So,
thank you,
thank you. Sir, my humble request, I just have to wrap, so I'll take one from the lady now. Madam, to just be brief, and then yourself. Madam. So I have just 5 minutes to wrap up, so kindly be brief.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, and thank you so much for such insightful discussion. When we are talking about the pillars, you talk about there are three important pillars for enabling the URAAN: government, industry, and academia. And if we really look into the situation, the three pillars are working in a three different directions. And the academia especially, I think this is the most ignored sector. So how can we bring a liaison between all of them, all of these three? And secondly, I was feeling that how can we overcome all these hurdles altogether when there is no liaison among these three pillars? Okay. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe we can also take the question and together we can try to get some response from the panelists.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is specifically from Ms. Emma, and it is related to sharing her experience or ADB's experience, particularly in the space of aligning the digital infrastructure. I mean, this is one fundamental or backbone problem that we have been struggling with in the past, And so how would you enlighten us based on ADB's experience that how can different actors or stakeholders within the same economy, like for example the government as well as the private sector, can collaborate or join hands in order to address the availability of the right digital infrastructure? Thank you.
Ms. Emma.
Should I respond?
Sure,
Thank
please.
you. It's a really excellent question. You know, coordination costs are huge. Even when we have 3 people, we probably cannot coordinate a concerted effort. That is why where to coordinate, where to let the individual entrepreneurs, the private sector exercise its strengths is important. Oftentimes, I mean, the prescription come to very standard infrastructure, good regulations, education systems, public goods for the government, and the rest, do less, not do more. So if the government wants to coordinate and so on, we know we experimented that in so many places. We cannot, because the coordination cost would be stifling. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, maybe someone can try to answer.
I can answer the question
sure.
on the pillars part. I'll just give you 2 examples of how we are making it happen. We need to do 2 initiatives, projects, which involve and engage all the 3 pillars. So for example, one of the initiatives that we are doing is creation of the LLM, the first LLM Pakistan, together National Information Technology Board from the government side, JAS from the private side, and NUST from the academic side, and we are co-creating it. This is one example. The second example, it's a little early to talk about it, but we're working with PIDE, Dr. Nadeem Saab and his team, and we're creating the first industry consulting school, which does not exist in Pakistan, because we need consultants who would work with the government and the industry, and they need to be stemmed out from mature institutions like PIDE, who are economists, and they need to be equipped with the industry consulting skills. So we're already working on that. So these are the example initiatives that need to be there to get them engaged.
Okay, thank you. I've been allowed by organizers to take last 2 questions. One was from the lady, that lady over there, and we can take that lady, yes, and then one from the gentleman over there. So we can take the questions together, please.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. I'm from Digital Pakistan. My question is that I want to know what are the set KPI that you have made to know the success of this program, so that how we can understand that this program is functioning and this program is working to the like level that they are working for. So please.
Okay, and ये maybe Najib आप ले लेंगे. इनको अच्छा उधर लेडी हैं उनको दे दें चले.
Good evening and Assalamu alaikum. This is Dr. Maniba Iftikhar and I am from Mass Communication Department, Lahore College for Women University, Lahore. My PhD is in climate communication and nowadays the focus is towards the climate. When we put our generation to focus on a single thing, then another notion comes up. When we were youngsters, when we were students, there was a notion of the industrial economy, that we will progress unless and until we have industrial economy. Then it comes up with the creative economy, gig economy, and now in the sector of climate communication, we are now focusing on the circular economy. And then eventually, everything is now clubbed with the digital economy. I've been into the inaugural session and we were talking about the URAAN Pakistan, which is really, really very great initiative by the government. But as a behavioral scientist, I believe that we cannot achieve any objective unless and until we have taken the public on board. We have 65% youngsters who are still confused that which economy is better for us. So to all the panelists, mashallah, they all are so great and learned people. I just want you people that what the mechanism you have developed for to take the youngsters on board, because whatever it's URAAN can never become possible unless and until the youth is on board with you. So I need from all of you that what would be the mechanism for the academicians like us who are the guides of these youngsters, and obviously everything is meant for the betterment of Pakistan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Last question we take and then we get answers.
Just a quick question. My name is Yasser. I'm a researcher. In UAE, there is a web application called Bashar, and it integrates around 60 federal and local government bodies, and you can actually start your business within 15 minutes in UAE. Can we actually implement that sort of project, replicate at least? Do we have that potential in terms of, do we have that, the departments, are they interested to collaborate with each other when we replicate that Bashar?
Good, thanks. Maybe, Babar Sahib, you can take this last one, and then Najib, you can take the other two, please. Babar Sahib?
Okay, yes, the answer to this question is, Board of Investment, we're working and supporting with the Board of Investment and National Information Technology Board and Ministry of IT. And we are actually working on the same thing. If you recall, I gave the exact same example. One of the problems we see is when businesses come here and they want to register, there's a big time lag. So under the hood of SIFC, Ministry of IT has already started an initiative. It is part of the DEEP project as well, Digital Economy Enhancement Project. And this component falls under the scope of Board of Investment, and we are own enabling and supporting them achieving this. So that is exactly what we want to do to create an enabling environment.
Najib sir?
First one was regarding these KPIs. So in the URAAN Pakistan document, there are all set KPIs regarding all the 5 components of the innovation ecosystem. Say regarding the venture capital, it's not only the KPIs, the same have been reflected in the PSDE project as well. Say like we have a 3 billion approved a few days ago. That's the first ever venture capital fund by the government. That was never there. So in the same way, we have to train 5 lakh per year for the freelancing. So these are basically the KPIs for the training. But there are 5 pillars, by the way, and then there are set KPIs. And let me tell you, these are not only the KPIs and the targets, along with it, there is an action plan as well. As mentioned several times, these are not there, should not be only these KPIs, there should be the action plan. Regarding the engagement, there are all stakeholders. So we have basically as mentioned by how we can bridge the academia and industry. Again, 5 days ago, the project has been approved. This is with the name Industry Academia Bridging. And this one, there are 3 components. One is basically, rather than to train students again and again, why not to train the faculty members? Because if we train the faculty members according to the new standards, the industry requirement, that will be a very sustainable model. The second thing is, why not to introduce case studies as it is abroad? Say if you are a PhD student or the MS student, why not to conduct studies according to the industry requirement rather than to do global things? Or, for this we have a program called Science, Technology and Engineering for Development called STED. So we have basically 2 days consultative meeting on STED on 17 and 18. It is first in the federal, and then we are going to all provinces.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Najib, I think there is also an initiative by the name of Champions of Reform, whereby whoever wishes to engage in reform and help, people can do it. And if you are interested, you can reach out. It's part of URAAN Pakistan if you go through it, and it's there. And if you want to help out, the Ministry of Planning will welcome you.
Last thing, just to answer example of how public is being taken on board under URAAN Pakistan, and in compliance with that, Ministry of IT and Telecom has just announced 300,000 trainings, which are the technical digitalization, AI and cybersecurity training for the general public, and anyone can enroll that, and it's sponsored.
Thank you. I think with this we have come to the end of this discussion. I want to thank all my panelists, extremely fruitful. I personally enjoyed it, and I hope everyone in the room enjoyed it as well. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Thank you once again to our panelists and moderator for this incredible thoughts-provoking session.
We would now like to conclude the session by presenting some tokens of appreciation to our distinguished guests. May I please invite Dr. Nadeem Javed, Sitara Imtiaz Vice Chancellor at PIDE, to the stage for the souvenir distribution.
We invite Mr. Salimullah, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, to come up to receive his souvenir. So I'll just go ahead. We now invite Mr. Salimullah, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, to come up to receive his souvenir. Okay, sir, thank you.
Should we name everybody? Okay. Yes. Dr. Najibullah Marwat, Member, Science and Technology, Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives.
Mr. Ima, Country Director, Asian Bank Development Bank.
Dr. Babar Majid Bhatti, CEO, National IT Board.
Ms. Fatima Akhtar, Vice President, Communication and Outreach at JAZ.
Mr. Asim Ghaffar, Vice President, Engineering, 1012.
And lastly, Mr. Asam Said, former member, Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives, for his expert moderation of this session.
We extend our gratitude to all our participants for the insightful contributions and meaningful engagements. We now invite all of our guests to proceed to the lunch area and look forward to meeting you all here back for the new sessions at 2 p.m. So that's it. Thank you so much.
We will
American economist Abramovich dollar CPAC के जरिए मुल्क
और भी हैं. We welcome you to the 38th Annual General Meeting and Conference of the Pakistan Society of Development.
These operations focusing on implementing the country
Dr. Niaz Ahmed Bhutto. I request you, Dr. Niaz Ahmed Bhutto, to please come on the stage. He is a distinguished economist and academic leader with over 26 years of experience in teaching, research, and administration. As a Fulbright postdoctoral fellow at Rutgers University, USA, he brings a wealth of international expertise to his current role as a Dean of the Faculty of the Management Sciences Department at Sakhar IBA University, Pakistan. His research focuses on economics, management, and policy analysis, with numerous publications in high-impact journals. Mr. Bhutto serves on various national bodies, several editorial boards, and professional associations. Dr. Bhutto continues to shape the future of business education and research in Pakistan through his dedication to excellence and innovation. Secondly, we have the discussant, Dr. Karim Khan. He is the discussant. Please, Dr. Karim, come on the stage. Dr. Karim is the discussant of this technical session. He is working as an associate professor at Pakistan Institute of Development Economics. Dr. Khan has worked extensively on issues related to political economy, governance and institutions, public policy, conflict, trade, and budgetary frameworks. In PIDE, he has been involved in leading roles like Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Director, ORIC, Head of Department Economics and Econometrics, Head of Research Section on Governance and Institutions. His work on political economy, governance, and institutions mostly exhibits how alternative regulations or institutional arrangements translate into economic outcomes. For this technical session, we have three paper presenters. Dr. Muniba Iftihar, please, Dr. Muniba Iftihar, you can come on the stage. Dr. Muniba Iftihar, she is a faculty member in the Department of Mass Communication at Lahore College for Women University. Second paper presenter is Ms. Mariam Latif. Mariam Latif, Doctor, Okay, they will ask you. Okay, right. Miss Mariam Latif, she is a graduate student of economics at Qaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. And finally, we have Mr. Ghulam Shabir, experts in public policy and digital governance. Mr. Shabir has intensive experience working in international public and private companies. With this introduction, I now ask Dr. Professor Ahmed Nawaz Bhutto to moderate this session. Over to you, Dr. Bhutto. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Niaz Ahmed Bhutto. Sorry for disturbing you, but just to direct the attention of the audience. First of all, I welcome you all on behalf of Pakistan Society of Development Economics on the 38th annual meeting and conference of very important conference. I remember I have been attending these conferences
Some of them are the content writers. Some of them are the web developers, application developers, digital media handlers. So all these people have been taken for the semi-structured interview, and these questions were extracted, and then further on through the interview, they were, they're split, and then obviously some of the very unexpected observations and their the data has put us to go for certain more questions. So I think I don't need to read them because they are more from the objective sides. I want to put your attention more on the concepts that were extracted as a predictors, as a mediator. That could be the baseline of any further theory or the model which could be tested again and again in this context. So firstly, we saw that more than 5 hours, the percentage to use the internet was only 57.7%. This was really, for us surprising. I thought that you must have been spending 20 hours. They said, no, we are experts. When we work, it's more than 5 hours enough, because the focus was not that to spend their internet hours on scrolling the things and all. The focus was more that when they work, how much time is required for them. And the awareness was 73.2%. That was good indeed, but if you look at the whole concepts and the thing that have come from them, it is near about 50s and 60s. The identification of the threat was just round about 50. Information sources was available, 67, not bad. When we talk about the privacy and security, it was unbelievable that they work in the communities. They have certain communities, the community of the digital content writer, the communities of even the people who work for the digital media management for certain, and even some of them are also managing the digital media of the Chief Minister House. And they share the password with each other very quickly, that today you do this, next time I'll do that. So this was scary for us to know. And then security practice were very unsatisfactory, I think so. I think 56 is not very satisfactory. Then the peer influence was 60%. This shows the behavior of the youth, which I was talking on the side, that actually the behavior is basically the key factor that has to be taken to study more. And then the incident reporting is 59%, means 40% they don't even report if they have been attacked or they are being caught by any cyber crime. And then risk perception is again 52%. I don't know that what is in their mind when they perceive a risk. It means that we are on the same cliche that we cross the bridge when we reach. Look at that, what happened. So it's not a good thing for the digitalization. And then economic safety is 60% almost, and cyber security interest is just 50%. That they have no interest to learn about the cyber security. So when we extracted all these concepts by the NVIVO, using the NVIVO, we have got certain correlations of the variables that could be as the predictors, the independent variables. The other one would be the mediators, and then outcomes that can correlate with the economic impacts, and then outcomes that can correlate with the economic impacts. This pattern could be the independent variable, which could be mediated by the privacy practices, and then the risk perception could be taken towards the significant side, and obviously that would improve their stability in the economics context. If the cyber security awareness, if they are aware about the laws and all these things, and then how to report and then how to counter, then the risk behavior can be mediated with this linear relationship, and that can lead to a behavioral change of the incident reporting, and obviously the stimuli for reporting can be increased, but maybe the activity would be declined, that I'm not safe, how can I proceed? So it could be negative side. And the third is the information sources. If the information sources are in a good form and shape, then peer influence can be mediated with the word of mouth sometime. Like I encouraged my friend that, okay, I encouraged my friend, sir, I am about to finish, that to do and to practice, because now we are safe, so it could be mediated, and then the safety intentions could be the behavioral change, and then resilience is the gain. The conclusion is that it is vital to go into these type of researches. I request to the economists that put your focus more on the qualitative side. Go dig deep inside the youth, because the youth is so much diversified that we cannot make one policy for one side. We have certain age groups, psycho and demographics are very, very, very important, that has to be taken. And then our workers are greatly vulnerable to the cyber threats. Educational qualifications they do have, but they lack awareness. So what I said in the beginning, that we took the educated gig workers, and you just look at the data. So think about all those who are not educated and they are using the digital media. What would be the result? So there is also a recommendation for the future research. And then there is a framework we have given to you. You can work on that. And the Educational Institute, policymaker, now they should collaborate. What a lady was asking, that academia should be taken into the consideration. And the more important thing is the policy recommendation, on which I'll finish it out, that the cybersecurity education and digital literacy programs are important. I believe there must be, but youth are not interested. Why they are not interested, it has to be found out, and we have to design according to their psychodemographics. And then the campaigns should also be run like this. And then the cybersecurity laws, they do exist in the country, but the youth is not trusting them, that either there's a rule of law of reporting these cybersecurity. So it has to be mentioned by the policymakers, by the administration, that the action would be taken against if things happen, because sometimes it happens, but youth, they don't trust. Their trust has to be won. And then promote the secure online practices. Again, the media information literacy subject is very important. Either a course is very important, that how to use the media in certain other disciplines. And then digital media has become an integral to everyone's daily life. Educational institutions should prioritize cyber security awareness in their programs and collaborate with digital platforms to enhance the community knowledge. So this is all about the presentation. Thank you very much for bearing me, for listening me. Your questions are welcome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Muniba. Now, first of all, I request Dr. Karim Khan to give his technical feedback on the different perspectives of her paper.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, and thank you, Muniba. It is really interesting study as far as the theme of the conference is concerned. But actually, as the authors claimed that she is not economist, I'm sorry for her, we are all economists. So we are very much interested in economics. Let's stay on the paper. Gig economy is really a modern concept, which is not only important for employment perspective, but actually it has an impact if we see especially the modern economies. But I have to provide some professional comments on the paper. In order to motivate this idea, the author should have clearly given, especially about its impact. I'm really interested about the size of the gig economy. And in particular, I'm very much interested in its contribution to employment, and also its contribution to GDP, and similar things. Actually, this would motivate the idea. Most of people, especially students, they don't know about the gig economy, especially its size. Second, as far as vulnerabilities are concerned, actually I would say that apart from vulnerabilities, the most important things are the threshold conditions in which actually the gig economy works. For instance, we don't know how many people who are interested in this type of economy have access to internet.
Actually, it is very important in order to reap the full potential of the gig economy. We have infrastructure. As we already listened in the previous panel discussion. Likewise, if you see, we don't know about the legalization process, whether some activities are legal in Pakistan. You know, I can give you an example. In previous days, there was an app, BKB. Actually, they were very much like in Urdu, Nosarbaz. So people did earn money in that app, but actually it is then finished. What she's claiming is like cyber security or cyber threat. Likewise, if you see in terms of other facilities, like banking facilities or taxation policies for gig economy, you know, we still don't have PayPal in Pakistan. So transfer of money in that type of economy is really an issue. And you know, banking transactions are very expensive as far as we know. So actually these threshold conditions are more important than the vulnerabilities. Finally, as far as your indicators are concerned of the cyber security, most of the indicators like awareness, risk perception, economic safety are around 60%. It means that 60% people are at least aware about the cyber security or cyber attacks or cyber threats. So actually it is not creating that hurdle in the functioning of the gig economy. Instead, actually the other structural bottlenecks, which I already mentioned, they are more important in this type of economy. Moreover, which especially if you see in nowadays, gig economy, as far as I know, I think its contribution is $1.5 billion to some estimates.
Sir, if the gig workers are registered or well known, but there is a debate that
$1.5 billion, as far as I know,
which is on the papers.
Please, this is not a dialogue.
Okay, I thought.
So the people are very much interested in its particular potentials. For instance, it can be like more than 10 to $12 billion, but actually we don't know. So people are very much interested in this type of work. So security matters only when there is something to protect. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karim Khan. Now I open the floor for questions and the feedback. Although I have a lot of questions, but I wait perhaps those questions that I have in my mind may be asked by the audience. Please. Do we have mic? Yes.
Hello.
Does anyone have any question? Yes.
Thank you, Ji. It's a good presentation. Dr. Muniba, I have just two quick questions. Why you use ontology and epistemology? And the second question that how you quantify the result, as you mentioned that you're doing thematic analysis. So you have any base while you quantified the results, you're showing that's the 67%, 20%, 30%. And the last question, I have serious question about your sample size. So how you select the sample size and how you justify the sample size is sufficient, or you can say you reach the saturation point. Thank you.
Thank you so much for these questions. Sir, firstly, when you talk about the percentages, obviously, we have certain codes when we transcript the data. And then from these codes, we have got certain percentages, which we often do in our rhetoric analysis and in our discourse analysis. So there is a certain practice for us when we go for the codes, and then we find out these type of roundabout figures. Secondly, you talk about the ontology and epistemology. In the paradigm in which our researchers fall, when we go for the exploratory study, we have to see the ontology, epistemology, and then later on we decide the methodology. So that's why we have to go into these genres. If it would be a quantifying study, obviously we would be following some of the deductive model and some of the theory that could be followed. So the debate would be more towards the positivism side. But it was the interpretative side, so we went for that. And thirdly, when you are talking about the sample size, in the in-depth interview, we do prefer to have 8 minimum, but the saturation point was not came up of that time, and then we increasing our interviewees, and when we talk about the sampling, it was the purpose of sampling, because we wanted to have the sample of those people who are related with that, and to some extent a bit convenient, because there are certain things that people sometimes don't want to mention themselves as a gig worker. So the people whom we know, or we tried to get some sources to know them, we took them on board for this. So this is from my side, sir.
Please give mic to her. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's very interesting study. You said that this study will set stage for others to follow qualitative research. Building on Dr. Osman Ahmad's questions, I think you said that you used epistemology and ontology to select the relevant methods. But I wonder that how both are related to your data. I don't see any interpretation of both ontological and epistemological perspectives. I think one of the problems of using qualitative research is that we slowly, rely on just one tool of data collection. And you also did the same, actually. You used semi-structured. But the problem is that we cannot verify the data. So it's always advisable to use at least 2 tools of data collection. I mean, you use just semi-structured, and it is problematic. So you should have used another tool to cross-check the data. So there is always a problem of, reliability and,
validity.
You cannot, yes, and validity. So this is basically sometimes a question of reflexivity. So being a, qualitative researcher, you should have talked more on the reflexivity if there was an issue. So even I think there was a theoretical construct missing from your study. I mean, there was no theoretical framework, there was no discussion of, the theory that you used. This is, I think, very simple,
Sir,
actually.
Thank you so much, sir, for these valid comments and questions. Obviously, there are certain limitation of the time, but in my complete paper, I've mentioned the protection, activation, motivation theory, which is the conceptual background. Obviously, in the exploratory study, we cannot follow any model or theory in just one go. We have to take certain supportive theories to build our dialogue. And sir, what you are talking about is that the one concept, you are absolutely right, it's just a beginning. Inshallah, in your next conference, I would be coming for the other side of the study to quantify the data and to say that either it's validated or not. So the things are under process. It's just
one last
my
question. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Lady, please.
Assalamu alaikum, Samia from PIDE. मेरा क्वेश्चन जो था वो सैम्पल साइज से था जो सर ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं, और सेकंड क्वेश्चन ये था कि इन डेप्थ इंटरव्यू के लिए लाइक आपने एक कोई आपके पास एक स्ट्रक्चर्ड क्वेश्चन आपने उसके लिए बिल्ड किया था या ऐसे ही इंटरव्यूज किए जाते हैं, क्योंकि मुझे क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च का नहीं पता.
स्ट्रक्चर नहीं होता
जी ओके, थैंक यू सो मच बच्चे. आई एम सो मच इम्प्रेस्ड कि हमारे जो यंग रिसर्चर्स हैं वो सवाल पूछते हैं, तो पहले तो मुझे बहुत खुशी है. दूसरा, जो हमारे इंटरव्यूज़ होते हैं, हम जो अपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स में से कुछ रिसर्च क्वेश्चन एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हैं थ्रू द लिटरेचर, और उसके बाद फिर हम उनकी एक चेकलिस्ट बनाते हैं कि उनसे कौन कौन से सवालात पूछ सकते हैं. बट समटाइम ऐसा होता है कि ड्यूरिंग द इंटरव्यू हमें कुछ सवाल इमीडिएट ऐसे हमारे बन जाते हैं जो हम एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहे होते कि वो डेटा का पार्ट सॉरी क्वेश्चनर का पार्ट हो सकते हैं या उस चेक लिस्ट का, तो फिर हम उनको भी जस्ट कीप ऑन आस्किंग देम जो रैंडम भी है बट वी हैव टू फॉलो द चेक लिस्ट. तो वो समटाइम आपके 40 पॉइंट्स
time constraints, so I think we are repeating things, but I have also questions which I thought that...
Sir, I want you and it will be honor if you ask the question.
Yeah,
Any
the
other
doctors
question?
have already asked the epistemological, ontological perspective, which was more on the research design, that how this helped you to particularly choose this method. Though you have not mentioned properly in your paper, I have read it in the way that how you approach them, and you have not mentioned the analysis technique, like you use thematic studies in the paper. Though you have research objectives, but your research questions are missing. My question here, because you focus too much on here, is also mentioned some are the what you call the predictors, some are the intermediators, and so on. My question would be, this is a qualitative study. How did you determine this is the predictor, this is the mediator, this is something like that? What research mechanism, methodology you use to find out the difference between the predictors and mediators?
Sir, actually they are more hypothetical from the data. They are not something which is concrete.
Actually, they have a different meanings in research, because the second part of your qualitative research is to use the quantitative, and where the mediator has a different role to play and predictor has a different role to play. They are very different, and they're also called moderator. So I would suggest you to use that. You also said that you use some coding and other things which are not mentioned. Which tool you use for your coding?
Okay. So that was the help from the economics department to use the code. If you see that Dr. Hafza from economics, she analyzed the data.
Actually, it's not mentioned which
yeah.
software.
Because let me admit this, we want to have a more comprehensive and extensive paper for the publication, and I often send for the conferences a brief paper as a you know the main
so
area.
I'll just summarize here, but just please mention the softwares like NVivo,
Yes,
Atlas,
sure.
or some
That
other
would be
software. Please do mention in the paper.
Thank you so much,
very
sir. That
much. It was a wonderful
Thank you, sir.
presentation, and it was a wonderful area to be investigated, and more areas to be, of course, investigated in future in the same area.
And
line.
thank you so much,
Thank
Player, for all the comments, and be ready that for further investigation, I might email you people for your guidance
Now
to
like
more polish it. Thank you.
Call another presenter, Ms. Mariam Latif. Her paper is on digital transformation and sustainable development, the role of smart governance and urbanization in South Asia. She has done a quantitative research focusing on the smart governance and urbanizations to see the impact on the sustainable development. She has used multi-technique, econometric techniques to see the robustness of results. It's a wonderful study. I won't discuss what were the results. It's better to listen from her. You will be given 10 to 12 minutes to finish your presentation. Please highlight more on the key areas of your research.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mariam Latif. I am a PhD student at School of Economics, Qaid-e-Azam, Islamabad. I am honored to present our research today on digital transformation, smart governance, urbanization, and sustainable development. This research has been conducted in collaboration with Dr. Umayma Arif, Assistant Professor at School of Economics, Qaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to PIDE for providing us with this opportunity and platform to present our work. The layout of the study consists of introduction, motivation of the study, objective, theoretical framework, methodology, findings, results, and policy recommendations. Let's begin with the introductions. Digital transformation is becoming a powerful tool for development in today's world. It helps in saving resources, encouraging innovations, and making it easier for people to access services like health, education, and jobs. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, and the Internet of Things allow governments and businesses to monitor environmental effects, reduce energy use, and manage waste resources. However, there are also serious challenges. These includes digital divide, which means not everyone has equal access to digital tools, the problem of increasing electronic waste, and concerns about data protection and fair access to digital services. Research shows that digital transformation can support sustainable development only when policies are inclusive and governance is ethical. It's important that digital change benefits everyone, not just a few. Digital tools can increase transparency, give voice to underprivileged communities, and support fair economic growth. Countries that adopt digital solutions in their policies can move forward to a more resilient, fair, and co-friendly nature. In short, digital transformation can lead to sustainable development, but it needs careful planning and management. Let's proceed to the next slide. Motivation of my study is South Asia, home to more than 1/4 of the world population, is urbanizing quickly. This brings many challenges like pollution, weak infrastructure, and rising inequality. In this context, digital tools and smart governance can offer solutions. This study is important because it gives practical advice to South Asian economies based on real-world examples and adapted to local conditions. It helps policymakers understand how digital tools can be a part of national plans to improve governance, protect the environment, and support inclusive growth. Objectives of my study is here. This study focuses on 5 countries: Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, over the periods of 2001 to 2022. The goal is to examine how smart governance and urbanization affect sustainable development. While many studies exist, most focus on developed countries. This research fills a gap by studying South Asia and also addresses financial issues like differences across countries and the impact of one country change on the other. My theoretical framework is based on the 3 main fundamental ideas: institutional theory, which looks at the role of organizations and rules; the smart city framework, which focuses on using technology in urban areas; and the digital governance model, which focuses on how technology can improve government processes. These frameworks help us understand the relationship between governance, urbanization, and sustainable development. Essentially, we want to see how smart governance, ICT, and urbanization affect sustainable development in South Asia. Here is the regression model of our study. We can clearly see dependent variable on the right side, where we are independent variables, and control variables on the left side. This slide shows the equation we use to analyze this. Description of the variables. This table presents the description of the variables with a focus on the key variables explained here. The study employs principal component analysis in Stata to create ICT index, which combines mobile, cellular, internet usage, and the telephone subscriptions. Data of these variables were obtained from UN, STI, and the World Bank. The e-government index, which evaluates digital governance based on online services, telecom infrastructure, and human capital. The Sustainable Development Index measures a country development in health, education, and income relative to its impact, environmental impact. In our analysis, we followed a series of steps. First, we tested whether the relationship between variables was the same across the country, slope homogeneity tests proposed by Swame. Then we checked if the data for different countries were independent cross-sectional dependence. We also tested for stationarity, which is about whether the data is stable over the time, and co-integration, which tells us if there are long-run relationships between the variables. For the main analysis, we used specific statistical techniques. Initially fixed and random effects model, then pooled mean group PMG, MG, and common correlated effect, pooled mean group and common correlated effect mean group. To account for the characteristics of our data, to tackle the problems of slope homogeneity and cross-sectional dependence. These are the results of my studies of fixed effects and random effects. The Houseman test results shows that we should rely on the fixed effect models, meaning the unique characteristics of each country matter in this analysis. The results of the fixed and random effects model are presented in table 2. The results indicates that the impact of e-governance on the sustainable development is positive, but statistically insignificant. In contrast, urbanization and ICT shows a positive and significant relationship with SDI, highlighting their crucial role in promoting sustainable development. However, the findings also reveal that urbanization has a negative and significant impact on SDI. To address this issue, the slope heterogeneity test was applied and its characteristics rejected the null hypothesis of homogeneous slope coefficients, indicating variation is the effect of explanatory variables across the country. Furthermore, the cross-sectional dependence test also rejected the null hypothesis at the p-value of 0.01. This confirms that the existence of the interdependence among countries, thereby by justifying the use of advanced estimators that accommodate such econometric issues. Table 3 confirms that the relationship between the variables are indeed different across countries. Table 4 indicates that there is cross-sectional dependence, meaning that what happens in one country affects the other. So we needed to account for that in our main analysis. These are the results of the Unit 2 test. This table shows the main results of our analysis. The variables population, GDP, corruption are stationary at first difference, while all remaining variables are stationary at level. These results from the Unit 2 test tells us about the stability of our data over the time. The co-integration test results are important because they confirm that there is a long-run relationship between the variables. This means that in the long run, changes in the smart governance, ICT, and urbanization do affect Sustainable Development Index. These are our main results. The common correlated effect mean group results shows that the e-governance and ICT infrastructure have a positive and significant impact on sustainable development, but urbanization alone has no meaningful impact. When combined with ICT, it shows a positive long-run effects. In conclusion, our findings shows that e-governance and ICT infrastructure play a crucial role in promoting sustainable development in the long run. Urbanization also has a positive impact in sustainable over the time. Importantly, the positive effect of urbanization is enhanced by in the presence of ICT infrastructure. The policy guidelines from this study suggest that linking urbanization and digital transformation and prioritizing digital investment and encouraging innovations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam, for such a wonderful presentation. Now I request Dr. Karim Khan to give technical feedback on different perspectives of the paper.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. And again, thank you, Mariam, and our co-author. Again, it is very interesting study as far as the themes of the conference is concerned. Digital transformation and sustainable development is the theme that needs to be discussed in this conference. The basic premise in the paper is to see the impact of smart governance or digital transformation and urbanization on sustainable development and cross-section of countries, and the cross-section of countries include South Asian countries. Second, they are also looking at the interaction between urbanization and smart governance, as far as I got the idea from the paper. Again, The paper, though, touches very important area, but actually it is very weak in theoretical background. How? If we see the definition of sustainable development, actually it has two ingredients. The first one is we need to grow at a respectable pace. And the second ingredient in that index is that actually that growth at which we grew, at which we, the growth at which we should grow, actually that should be climate resilient. And also it should not confer negative externalities on future generations in terms of environment, in terms of debt, and other societal problems. And if you see these ingredients and tell us or tell the audience that how smart governance or digitalization affect these ingredients, then actually you would be very clear in your theoretical framework, especially in specifying for your econometric models. Second, personally, I'm not a very big fan of panel studies. If you see the growth trajectories of Pakistan and India and Bangladesh, they are really different. Look at the case of Pakistan. We have 3 growth periods, and all are driven by external factors. The first one is that of 1960s. Actually, in 1960s, we did grow because of USAID and concessional development financing at that time, actually, which was related with our signing CETO and CENTO. For instance, actually, I was analyzing recently a study, a review paper. Actually, we did our expenditure to GDP ratio at that time, it was 11% compared to our tax to GDP ratio, which was 9%. So actually, it was deficit financing. Likewise, we grew in 1980s. Again, it was because of the Afghan war. And of course, it was associated with US aid again. And the third period is 2010s, that decade. Actually, again, it was war on terror. If you see, in comparison, India and Bangladesh, India did economic reforms in 1990s. They did liberalize their economy. They encouraged private sector. They did open their economy to global firms. And their growth trajectory took up since 2000 because of those reforms. And likewise, if you see Bangladesh, again, it is export-led growth. So what do we mean? I mean by that, actually growth in India and Bangladesh is driven by economic fundamentals. But actually it is not the case in Pakistan. Okay? So matlab ye कि if you combine these 3 different countries, then the combined results would be driven by either one country or the other. So actually it is not really pragmatic results as far as your study is concerned. Finally, if you see urbanization, smart governance, vis-a-vis sustainable development, actually there are a lot of indigeneity issues. Actually, we don't know whether smart governance leads to economic growth or economic growth leads to smart governance. We have the examples of Asian tigers. Actually, it was industrialization, not digitalization. We have now the examples of emerging economies like India, China, Malaysia, and even Vietnam, Bangladesh. Actually, all grew because of either industrialization and exports. And actually, we don't know कि smart governance growth के बाद आया हुआ है या growth से पहले आया हुआ है. Actually, you should have a very clear stance on that. Likewise, urbanization is growth. It is not an ingredient of growth. Urbanization do increase with growth. So we don't know whether it is causing growth or growth is causing urbanization. So actually these issues are there in your study. And I would really appreciate if you could improve these in the revised version of the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Karim. I had also the questions that you highlighted, but let's first listen the audience for questions they have. I'll open the floor for question and answers. Please raise your hand so that he can find out.
Nasir Khan from UCP, international researcher and reviewer. Your presentation was awesome. I have two questions only. You used fixed effect and random effect both. So how did you decide it? Did you use any test for this? How did you decide it? Number one. And second was related to, I think, sample size, maybe. But for the fixed effect and random effect, yes. Second question is, you used panel data. So is there any problem of endogeneity? Have you addressed endogeneity? And if yes, how you addressed endogeneity? Thank you.
We use fixed and random effects model when we have panel data analysis. According to Hausman test, fixed effect is preferable rather than random effects. Or second question. We used a slope homogeneity test and cross-sectional dependence test in the panel data set. No, we have balanced panel data set, so we used to pooled mean group and mean group, common correlated effect, mean group, common correlated effect, pooled mean group. According to Hausman, common correlated effect, pooled mean group is preferred. If we have unbalanced panel data, then we use GMM.
Please give mic to this gentleman. Please raise your hand.
Mohammad Afzal Khan from Qaid-e-Azam University. As you have shown 6 objectives in your study. But actually, if you go to the slide that objectives of the study, there is single objective. Others are just the limitations, research gaps, etc. And in the results section, half of the variables are insignificant. So how you can justify in the model? Thank you.
My final results are common correlated effect, pooled mean group. These, according to these results, my final results, my focus variables are significant results. E-urbanization, e-governance, ICT, and sustainable development. These are significant results, but others are insignificant.
Okay, does anybody else have any question? Okay, over to Dr. Sam.
It's a good presentation. Just a quick question. Why you used panel data and why cross-country analysis? The last question, how you link your result with the Pakistan or with URAAN Pakistan? Thank you.
Because Pakistan is a developing country, I have taken the panel data because these are developing countries, South Asian economies, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan.
Okay, now, thank you very much. So many questions, but I saw that you used the principal component analysis to make an index, but you did not show the results in your paper. Did you do that, and what were the results, whether the loadings were significant or not, and how did you develop the index?
Principal component analysis?
Yes.
Actually, they took it ready-made.
No, this research, they mentioned.
No, yeah, I did on Stata.
Yeah, it's mentioned that they did.
By this command, PCA analysis.
So that's my question is, because we get loadings from them in the PCA, principal component analysis. Factor loadings?
No, mobile, cellular, and internet and telephone subscriptions, data download from WTI, then.
Okay, thank you very much. But I would suggest that please, whatever it is done in the paper must be presented in the paper, whether those loadings are significant or not, and what's the method of developing index, and because you have various indicators there, whether we have given equal weightage to all the indicators, there are different weightages given to these variables. So this is very important. And I would also repeat the same question of the endogeneity, because if A causes B, then B causes A. You need to find out, because there are so many factors. WDI index is not developed, but it's index which is very comprehensive. And the factors that you have mentioned there, the digitalization, can be the what you call causing the simultaneous causality with that. Tests can be done, and you have done multiple tests there. Some are significant in short run, some are long run. You need to discuss them properly, why they are significant in short run, why they are in the long run. And also other diagnostic tests which are missing in your paper. So overall, this research, this study is very good, but you need to work on those things, feedbacks given by different scholars and people. Thank you very much.
Time was very short. I will add in.
Thank you, Mariam. Now it's time for last presentation. Let me call Mr. Ghulam Shabir. His study is also qualitative, and he has written a qualitative paper on digital transformation of Pakistan, imperatives on policy, governance, legislation, and infrastructure. Actually, the Pakistan passed Digitalization Act in 24. His whole paper is on focusing, moving around that act, what is needed further, and he took the data from very specialized people who are in this sector, working on it. He's also focusing on the ecosystem that is needed, required to materialize the fruits of this act. Please go ahead. You have 10 to 12 minutes for presentation.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Sir, thank you very much for providing me with this opportunity to present this work here. I will go straight to the research objectives, since this has been very newly enacted piece of legislation in Pakistan. So the objective has been to provide a conceptual and empirical understanding of the Digital Nation Act. And then the other objective was to explore that what are the inevitable requirements for digital transformation of Pakistan, specifically pertaining to areas like policy, governance, legislation, infrastructure, academia, and human resource development, in accordance with the provisions of the Digital Nation Act 2024, as well as the conceptual underpinnings of the Digital Nation concept. So this, these research objectives were actually then transformed into the research questions. First and the foremost question has been about that what does Digital Nation entail as an entire concept? Then, based on the Digital Nation Act 2024, what peculiar changes are imperative in the areas of policy, governance, legislation, digital and public digital identity infrastructure, academia, and human resource. And the last question has been that how these imperatives can be introduced to steer the digital transformation of Pakistan. The study has used a very plain exploratory method based on the key informant interviews basically employed for the data collection. And the purposive sampling has been used based on the predetermined criteria as a sampling method, and the criteria included relevant academic and practical experience in the areas of digital and technology governance, technology infrastructure, digital public infrastructure, cybersecurity, law, taxation, and academia. There has also been a binding on the minimum number of years of experience of the respondents consulted. It was 20 years actually, but at the end of the study it came out to be an average experience of 26 years for all the respondents that were consulted. And the thematic analysis in accordance with the Brown and Clark approach was used because the study was actually trying to explore the enactment of this Digital Nation Act under various themes. So it was deemed most appropriate method for its for the data analysis. Now, as for the concept of digital nation is concerned, it actually brings in three specific areas where digital technologies are used and leveraged. One is digital governance, the second one is digital economy, and the third one is digital society. So if we look at these three areas, the concept gives us a very, very hyper-converged use of digital and other enabling mechanisms and technologies which help in improving the public services, driving economic growth, and improving the overall life of the citizens of any country. So now, what does this Digital Nation Act entail, specifically with regards to the governance structure this act proposes? This is a huge piece of legislation, but here we will only touch upon the governance structure under the act because of the paucity of time. So this act proposes a three-tiered governance structure to be actually harnessed or to be put in place for realizing the dream of digital transformation of Pakistan. The first and the foremost is National Digital Commission. It is a very high-powered commission to be chaired by the Prime Minister of Pakistan and includes membership from all the chief ministers of the provinces, relevant federal ministers, and heads of regulatory bodies like FBR, SECP, PTA, NEDRA, and SBP. Then there is another structure which is called Pakistan Digital Authority. The Act actually introduces this authority for preparation and implementation of the framework of digital governance and provision of guidelines and enactment of the standards according to the guidelines. And then, last but not the least, there is an oversight committee as proposed within this act, and this committee is to be chaired by the concerned Minister for Information Technology, and the committee is actually responsible for providing policy recommendations to the National Digital Commission and review the overall performance of National Digital Authority and ensure financial transparency. Now, while having this in the background, based on the findings, what are the imperatives for policy altogether? Actually, wherever digital nation concept has been implemented in the recent history, there has been a unified policy applied around the concept. And once we see that in the context of Pakistan, we are lacking a unified policy for digitalization of the entire society, entire economy, or entire, governance. So a concentrated policy requirement is a major finding, but it is actually not addressed by the concurrent policies which are actually implemented or which are actually in place here in Pakistan. Then specifically, the existing policy choices that are already available with us, they deal with the facets of digital infrastructure, access, connectivity, government service delivery, e-commerce, but primarily those policies are sporadic in their nature, and they actually don't talk to each other. Then this Digital Nation Act, it has come to us as a binding, but it requires a clear and a coherent and a very well hyper-converged policy from all different facets and from all different sectors in order to make sure that this act can be actually implemented or this act can be enforced. Then for the governance, if we are to take the benefit out of the implementation or enactment of this act, then we need to actually take care of the overall governance arrangements which are actually contradictory. So the existing governance arrangements, they do not reinforce each other, and the proposed governance structure for Digital Nation Act has the potential to jeopardize the effectiveness and timeliness of implementation of this act. Another important area is the people, process, and technological readiness. In terms of governance, we don't have people, process, and technological readiness as per the findings of this study with our government institutions, and we are always struggling with the mindset of government's workforce, especially when it comes to adoption of digital technologies. this act also puts in place, I mean, as a matter of finding, this act requires other adjuvant, legislation. I mean, there are other significant pieces of law that we need to introduce as a country or as a nation in order to take benefit from this entire act. So what are those laws? First and the foremost thing is that this act provides immunity to the existing or to the proposed governance structure in terms of taking the decisions when there is some conflict that arises between this act as well as the existing legislation. So this immunity can be counterproductive, and it can be an impeding factor to the enactment of this law. And adjuvant regulations in the areas of copyrights, intellectual property, online media content regulation, technology protection, e-commerce, and fintech are required. Another important finding is about the overall capacity of our existing judicial system to interpret the Digital Nation Act 2024, and in order to provide a leveling or an enabling ground to make the enforcement possible in case certain conflict arises. And so our judiciary don't have the legislative capacity in place in order to interpret the act and in order to safeguard the implementation of the act. Now, for the digital infrastructure, Pakistan has not been able to perform well on various indices of digital governance, access, and connectivity, and this is no hidden fact. And as far as the Digital Development Index score of Pakistan is concerned, on the basis of 2024 score, Pakistan is placed in moderate digital development category by United Nations Population Fund. Now, this requires a huge effort on the side of digital infrastructure, and the Act actually mandates for establishing a secure, reliable, and interoperable digital public infrastructure, which is backed by cloud computing, data centers, fixed and broadband internet, in commensuration with the global and regional standards. However, the related elements are not specifically elaborated, that how this infrastructure is going to be acquired and how then this infrastructure is going to be regulated. And another very, very important area is the application programming interface economy. The Act has actually missed to discuss this application programming interface, API economy, which actually impedes the private sector to perform its role in providing the indigenous and homegrown digital solutions. As far as the imperatives for academia are concerned, the significant finding is that people is one of the key pillars of Digital Nation concept. However, there is no provision about people development, about research, about development of people in various fields, through academia, especially in the fields of information and communication technologies, engineering, and social sciences. So there is no mention of the people development or the human resource development in the Act, that how that source is going to be harnessed. So in conclusion, this is a very ambitious agenda, and it has the potential to leapfrog the digital transformation of Pakistan. However, it requires a very cohesive, well-aligned policy framework to steer the digitalization through harmonized policies and laws. The governance mechanisms in the Act are misaligned, and there is a need to place a dedicated body for policy planning and governance of the digital transformation under the Act, and the respective digital authority can oversee the implementation. Other new acts or other new laws are required to be introduced if this Act has to work actually, and legislative scrutiny is inevitable, and especially the areas of data protection, e-commerce, fintech, digital rights, privacy, and cybersecurity are critical ones for introducing new and up-to-date laws. And there's a need to actually enhance the capacity of the existing judicial system of Pakistan after conducting a careful scrutiny of the capacity of the judiciary. And then the provincial IT governance boards or IT boards are not integrated in the Act, and they have not been given any mandate across this digital transformation journey. Then academia is not represented at all, and there is a low digital literacy and gender disparity already on the cards, and in the absence of low level of digital literacy and gender disparities and digital divide, it is very difficult to improve the lives of a common man or the citizens. So there are a few recommendations, but I will stick to 3 or 4 most important ones. First and the foremost is for introducing a unified policy for digital nation that encompasses the entire concept of digital nation. Then there is a need to evaluate our past e-government initiatives that we have been undertaken since 2002 in order to identify the governance and the readiness gaps and understand the path dependency factors. And then the implementation of the Act, the infrastructure or the mechanism proposed for governance of digitalization, it should be, the planning should be separated from implementation, and the National Digital Commission should be given the role for the overall planning and governance of the entire digital transformation, whereas Pakistan Digital Authority should be given the role to oversee the entire implementation. And the boards, the IT boards which are already functional, they should be given the task to actually implement the digital transformation in accordance with the roadmaps which are actually approved already. And then there is a need to mainstream the private sector, and academia can play a very good role in order to introduce those programs which can fuel up the human resource needs for implementation of this act in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ghulam Shabir. Such a wonderful and interesting presentation. Now I request Dr. Karim Khan to give his technical feedback on different areas of his paper.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, and thank you, Ghulam Shabir. Again, very interesting idea, very much related to the theme of the conference. But again, I have to do my professional duty. Actually, the study is highly characterized by some very good statements, but they are very broad and they are highly perceptive in nature. So actually, I am not very, at least in favor of those statements. But let me straightly go to the findings of the study. Actually, the study finds that actually it is based on some in-depth interviews which are conducted from 16 experts. So most of the results are based on their perceptions. So the first one is actually with regard to the definition of a digital nation, which the study tells us that a nation is digital if it has a digital economy and the people are digitally literate, or तीसरा जो है digital society. This is very, very broad. I guess digital society or digital nation has specific definitions. For instance, the first requirement is that the things which can be done online or through some digital means are done according to these means. That is actually the first requirement for a digital nation. And relatedly, it should be cost effective in terms of time and money. Not only online system, but actually it should be cost effective, especially for developing countries. The second requirement is for a digital nation that, or you can say it, I can ask a question, are people enough educated to do the things through digital means? This is the second requirement. And the third requirement is access to internet, which is very crucial for a digital nation. In case of Pakistan, the first requirement is almost done in every aspect. For instance, I can apply to my national identity card through online means. I can apply to my passport through online means. I can return my tax return through e-filing system. So many things are done. But जहाँ तक second requirement और third requirements की बात आ जाती है तो Pakistan is very poor. We have no access to internet. People are not digitally literate. So actually, these two are structural bottlenecks in the way of a digital nation. Second finding is with respect to the policy. The author says that we should have a cohesive policy with respect to digitalization. Policy about what? Policy about digital taxation, policy about public financial management, policy about online education system. Actually, cohesive policy about what? It is very broad statement. Actually, we should have specific indicators and we should need a specific policy for that things. Yeah, digital infrastructure. So again, this is very broad statement. The third is with respect to legislation. Somebody told in the previous session that actually we are very good in policy making or legislation, but we are very poor in implementation, and we are we are worse in evaluation. So policy making is already done enough. Legislation is enough. Actually, the problem is with implementation and the related structural bottlenecks that are actually hurdles in the way of digitalizing our economy and society. And finally, if you see academia, government, or तीसरा मतलब ये है कि industry. Actually, the authors are stating all the statements which are related to government actions. In societies, government don't do all actions. There is no sentence even on our industrial class. या मतलब ये है कि exports. Economy grow करती है because of industries, because of exports. Government can only provide infrastructure, which is, I guess, in major sectors is already provided in terms of digitalization. But actually, the problem is with other things. So that really needs to be done in the revised version of the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karim Khan. Now I open the floor for questions. We will take maximum 3 questions. I think no one has any questions, so rather I ask a few questions from Mr. Ghulam Shabir. I read your paper, it was wonderful, interesting. Key seminal papers are missing. I would recommend you to use those as well, and also put the ontological and epistemological stance of your research design, that how did you approach the reality and how this helped you to design your research. There's some typos are always here in every paper, like I found in every paper. But your paper misses the, what you call the diagrammatic visual graphics, so that it can gives more value to your research, because this is your thematic analysis. You have derived various themes, various factors. So if you give the visual visualizations of those processes, this will help you a lot. Last question, that you use the Excel, right? You yourself did the coding, and I don't know, you manually did the analysis. Why didn't you use well-developed softwares like Atlas and NVivo for your thematic analysis? So check the robustness, whether those well-developed softwares give you the same results that you have done manually. Okay, this is something that I recommend, and I'm very much thankful to all the scholars, presenters, my discussant, Dr. Karim Khan, and audience, and also thankful to Pakistan Society of Development Economics, especially Dr. Nasir Iqbal and Dr. Nadeem Javed. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call Dr. Nasir Iqbal to come on the stage, please. And as a token of appreciation, hand over the souvenirs to the participants. Dr. Niaz Ahmed Bhutto. And Dr. Karim Khan. Thank you very much all. It's time for a tea break, so you may proceed to the hall courtyard. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
फुल है बैकग्राउंड फुल है ठीक चलिए इसको ये साइड से आए सही है ये सामा
अजवर ये वर्चुअल है अजवर भाई ये वर्चुअल है
Çakalı. Hello. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Can you please unmute yourself, sir?
Hear me?
Yeah, sir. Yes, sir. I can listen you now. Sir, how are you, sir?
Okay. I'm all right, and you?
Okay, sir. Can you please switch on your camera?
Yes, just a second.
Let me send you signal.
Video, yeah, the one.
Okay,
Okay.
now it's good. It's good. Yeah. I can see you very well now. Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, right now there is a tea break, so the participant will join shortly. So we will invite you after that. At the end of session, we will take questions from audience. Okay, sir?
Okay,
And I will
fine.
share. I
I'm
will share
waiting.
your presentation from my end. Okay? As we discussed last
that's
night.
important.
Thank you, sir.
I
Thank you.
cannot do it without presentation.
Yeah. Aaj.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. As we say in our culture, I am Professor Dr. Shazia Akhtar. I am the moderator of today's session. So welcome, Professor Saviotti. Can
Thank
I
you.
know how you pronounce your name? It's Pier Paolo Saviotti.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm correct in the pronunciation.
Well, the only thing is there are two T's at the end, but that's very difficult for non-Italians to pronounce, Saviotti.
Okay. So that's why I wanted to know that if this pronunciation fine. And I just went through, yes, and yesterday I was just going through your article, variety, growth and structure, and then I also had the privilege of going through your book, and these both are wonderful. I think your talk is going to be based on your basic models which you have given.
Yes, that is correct. The model we started developing in 2000 and, well, early 2000s essentially. There have been several papers that made addition exploring new parts and consequences of the model. So I'll try to give you very few general ideas about what the model implies and the implications for economic development. Hello? Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah, it's better. Yeah. Sorry, the acoustics is not always good. I heard the beginning of your sentence and not the rest. Yeah. In this moment, yes, yeah, you are clearly audible. Yeah. But that is what I will try to do in the second part of my presentation. I will first introduce the model and especially the features of economic development that it focuses on. Now, it was not designed specifically for developing countries, but I have several slides in which I try to do as much as I can in that direction.
We gather under the visionary theme, URAAN Pakistan, growth through digital transformation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Everyone, please be settled down. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moved to the highly anticipated session, the Allama Iqbal lecture, titled Variety Structural Changes and the Emergence of AI, featuring a keynotes that promises to spark critical thoughts on how artificial intelligence is reshaping our economy and society. To guide us through these important dialogues, it's my privilege to welcome our moderator, Professor Shazia Akhtar, Head of the Department at Zebes University, Islamabad. Professor Akhtar is a respected academic and thought leader, known for her work in public policy, economic transformation, and technology's intersection with development. Her expertise and academic leadership make her the ideal person to moderate this intellectual rich session. Please join us in welcome Professor Shazia Akhtar on the stage. Thank you.
So everybody, we have two discussants joining us for this lecture. The very first is Dr. Adnan Rafiq. He is a distinguished political scientist and public policy analyst. Since October 22, he has served as the member Governance, Innovation and Reforms at the Planning Commission of Pakistan, operating under the Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives. Mr. Adnan Rafiq, please make your way up to the stage. We'd be honored. Next, we have Mr. Dr. Idris Khwaja. He is a distinguished economist and a researcher who previously served as the Chief of Research at PIDE. Dr. Khwaja's research interests span several areas, including urban resilience, electricity provision, traffic management, and economic reforms. Dr. Idris Khwaja, can you please make your way up to the stage to become part of this insightful discussion? Next, we have the chair to the lecture, Dr. Safdar Ali Sohail. He is a seasoned policy expert, academic, and retired civil servant with a distinguished career spanning over 3 decades. Currently serving as the Executive Director of Social Protection Resource Center in Islamabad, he plays a leading role in research, advocacy for inclusive and universal social protection in Pakistan. Dr. Safdar Ali Sohail, can you please make your way up to the stage? Thank you so much. We also have a renowned Professor Pier Paolo Saviotti, University Pierre Mendès France, joining us today for an online discussion. He is a renowned Italian economist celebrated for his groundbreaking contributions to evolutionary economics, innovation studies, and the economics of knowledge. Dr. Saviotti's work explores how innovation, knowledge, diversity, and technological change drive economic evolution. I'd now leave this moderation to the Professor Shazia Akhtar to lead this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aisha. And as I was informally having a session with Professor Saviotti, and he was in time before all of us when we were having our tea break. So I just discussed the format, and he was very comfortable that he'll be sharing his presentation, which is based on the models which he has introduced. And then he will be explaining the entire gist of that, and then we will be discussing those concepts which are discussants. And then towards the end, this is going to be the sequence. Then Dr. Safdar Sohail is going to sum up the entire discussion. And then we can, towards the end, take up some questions from the audience, which again, we will refer back to the keynote speaker to give answers, being the expert in this area. So Dr. Saviotti, over to you. Just as I confirmed your pronunciation, it's Pier Paolo Saviotti, if I'm correct. Over to you. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible. Professor, you are audible.
Okay. So I would like to start my presentation by thanking Dr. Nadim Javaid, Vice Chancellor of PIDE and President of the Pakistan Society of Development Economists, Dr. Safdar Sohail, former Special Secretary of the Government of Pakistan, who is going to chair this session, the Planning Commission of Pakistan, of course, the discussants and the moderator, and all the scholars, economists, and policymakers participating in this conference. And I would like to thank you all for having given me an opportunity, not only to present these ideas on which I've been working for quite a while, but on trying to stretch them towards their possible application to countries at different level of economic development. Could I have the next slide, please? When I started studying, the economics of innovation in the early 1980s, I was struck by the fact, that the models of growth that existed at that time were all macroeconomic models. That is, models that tried to introduce connections or relationships between different variables, all macroeconomic. On the other hand, I observed around myself and around most other people that many or most of the objects that surrounded us in our everyday life had not existed before the beginning of the 20th century. Anything, like cars, radios, televisions, etc., were all new in the historical sense. And I thought, how happens, that these things do not really figure in models of economic growth? Would economic growth have been the same if they had not been invented? I started having a possible answer to this question, reading the book of a distinguished Italian economist, Luigi Pasinetti, who had the intuition, when he was working at Cambridge, UK in the 1970s, that economic development could run into a bottleneck if there was an imbalance between continuously increasing productivity due to technical progress and saturating demand, which would have endowed the possibility to produce all what was demanded with a falling percentage of all the resources, the inputs, including labor. And of course, this would have constituted a serious bottleneck. But then Pasinetti had the intuition that this bottleneck would actually not necessarily take place because there was a possible compensation by the emergence of new sectors. New sectors could, so to say, mop up or re-employ the potential displacement of labor that could have been originated by increasing productivity. Pasinetti was limited in the possibility of overcoming this obstacle, of predicting or discussing, what the possible development paths of the emergence of new sectors would be, because he was using a modified version of input-output analysis, which he said was dynamic. But by definition, input-output tables and input-output models contain a fixed number of sectors. On the other hand, let's say if you have new sectors generating new activities, then the number of sectors effectively in the economic system can in principle be expected to vary. Could I have the next slide, please? Then I started working around this idea, and over a number of years, I constructed a collaboration with my colleagues Andreas Pica and Bogang Yun, and together we developed a model of economic development called TEVECON, in which the emergence of new sectors was the fundamental ingredient that allowed the long-term continuation of economic development. When I talk about the long term, I consider periods such as the one from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in the late 18th century to the present, as an order of magnitude. Now, this model is much more complex than what I can describe to you in a short presentation, and I don't want to absorb the whole time that I'm allowed, let's say, on describing the model, but rather on moving towards its implications for economic development. Existing descriptions, there are in a number of publications that I listed at the end of this presentation. And there is a model description at the site of Research Gate, which is indicated on one of the slides. Could I have please the next slide? Now, in order to develop our model, I introduced a distinction between efficiency and creativity. Efficiency is the ratio of outputs to inputs when one produces a qualitatively constant type of output. Okay? What does it mean? Let's say there is going to be an increase in efficiency if to produce a given type of output, we need fewer ingredients, inputs than in the past. For example, if we were producing shoes, and if to produce shoes we needed human labor, leather, glues, strings, and if in the course of time we can reduce the amount of each of these factors required to produce one pair of shoes, but one pair of identical shoes without changing the shoes, then we achieve an increase in efficiency. However, if we were to then start producing completely different shoes, either luxury ones, very specialized ones, like shoes for athletes or the like, we would change the object of production, and we could not say that in the course of time we were identifying only production. The other ingredient which is important in long-run economic development is creativity, which I define as the capacity to create entities which are qualitatively different from pre-existing ones. And of course, if they were not qualitatively different, we could, let's say, write down an algorithm that allows them to be generated automatically. And that cannot happen by definition, because then there would be no more innovation. But the problem is that the more, let's say, qualitatively different things are, the greater is the uncertainty surrounding their introduction. In fact, we can talk about radical uncertainty, the total impossibility of predicting the future evolution of the emergence of new sectors. Could I have the next transparency, please? Now, therefore, the economic development over the long run could not be driven by efficiency alone. Okay, in particular, a system at constant composition with a given and fixed number of sectors in presence of efficiency growth could not keep developing over the long run, because it would run into the imbalance that Pasinetti had identified. But as I said before, compensation is possible by means of creativity, which would give rise to the emergence of qualitatively new sectors. Okay? So efficiency and creativity are both required to lead to the continuation in the long run of economic development. But not only they are both required, they are in fact complementary. Why? Because today, creativity is essentially the result of activities like research and development, or of what I call in general search activities, although activities which scan the external environment looking for alternatives to the presently used routines. Okay? All these search activities require resources in themselves. You know that there are countries today that spend 4% of their GDP on research and development, and more on other generalized research activities. So where do the resources from, let's say, for search activities come from? And the answer is from the surplus which is generated by increasing efficiency. So increasing efficiency alone cannot produce long-run economic development, but it does create the resources that underpin the existence of search activities and of creativity. Could I have the next slide, please? I will now try to describe briefly the main ideas in our model. Now, how can new sectors be created? Typically, they are created by Schumpeterian entrepreneurs that, as Schumpeter had foreseen, attempt to introduce innovations, create new sectors in the expectation of a temporary monopoly. But if they are successful, the temporary monopoly will, so to say, gradually cease to exist because other entrepreneurs will be persuaded by the success of the innovation to imitate it, to give rise to what Schumpeter again called a bandwagon of imitators. And the bandwagon of imitators will reduce the extent of temporary monopoly, will increase the intensity of competition, thereby changing the conditions and reducing the inducement of entrepreneurs to keep entering the same sector. In this way, what used to be an innovative sector will become part of what Schumpeter called the circular flow, that is, the set of routines that allow the economic system to work, to tick over as if it was a clockwork. Okay? At this point, entrepreneurs, if they exist within the economic system, will then be induced to recreate other newer sectors, okay, in which they will have at least the hope to achieve a temporary monopoly. In other words, the evolution of the past induces the emergence of the future. Could I have the next slide, please? Now, our model has a set of parallel equations like the one which is reproduced on the right near the top of the slides, in which delta Ni is the change in the number of firms within the sector I, which increases when the first terms, which is K1, Ag1, which is an entry term, okay, describes the change in the number of firms that enter the new sector. And this rate of entry is determined by FAI, which is the total investment that is available to entrepreneurs to create new sectors, and AGI, which is the expected size of the market that will be generated in the new sector. The other two terms that have a negative sign, ICI and MAI, are two terms that contribute to the exit of firms from the sector. ICI is the intensity of competition, and as I said, the higher the intensity of competition, the less interesting it is for entrepreneurs to enter. And MAI is mergers and acquisitions that reduce the number of firms within the sector. You can then see the diagram just below, in which the typical shape of the curve for the number of firms in each sector increases first, reaches a maximum, which corresponds to what in the literature on industry life cycle it was called the shakeout, and then declines to a smaller number of firms, which could become even an oligopoly with 2 or 3 firms and so forth. Okay, so if all goes well, let's say after a sector reaches its maturation and loses capacity to produce number of firms, employment, and the like, other firms will take, let's say, will enter and allow the system to continue developing. Could I have the next slide, please? Now, for whatever model, one of the criteria to judge whether it is good or bad is to see if it produces predictions that correspond to a certain extent to our observations. Okay? Now, the economic development that took place since the Industrial Revolution can be characterized by three long-run trajectories. Okay? The first is increasing efficiency, which keeps increasing the whole time. Okay? The second is increasing output variety, that is the emergence of new sectors. New sectors keep being generated, okay, and increase output variety. And the third is increasing sectoral diversification. That means that new sectors, once they are created, don't keep producing the same product all the times, but produce, diversify, and improve the quality of the product that they started producing. In other words, this third trajectory means that we are not today driving Ford Model Ts as the one that was created in 1908, I believe, by Henry Ford, even if it costed, $10. But we drive completely different vehicles which have evolved together with other features of our economic system. Now, our model, let's say, goes along well, corresponds, to these long-run trajectories. But also it creates some difficulties in terms of predicting actual outcomes. Because T23, increasing new sectors and increasing diversification, can be combined. And many different combinations are possible, giving rise to the possibility of multiple economic development strategies, by each country or by each region, let's say. But it limits our possibility to predict how actually a system will develop. Could I have the next slide, please? So there is a wide choice combination of these trajectories T23, that is new sectors and diversification, that can contribute to long-run economic development. And in fact, if we look at the development of particular countries, you see that some of them do have economic development strategies that resemble these. For example, the US tends to create new sectors, new activities as fast as possible, faster than other countries, but does not necessarily focus as much on the improvement of existing sectors. On the other hand, Germany, at least since the Second World War, has focused heavily on technologies that were not always extremely new, but focusing on what was, the highest quality part of each of them. For example, exporting, very high luxury cars to several countries, etc. So this, in a way, limits the predictability, although it gives us some indications of the kinds of ingredients that are required, to have economic development to continue, but reduces our predictability, our capacity to predict in detail how things will work. Could I have the next slide, please? I'm now coming to what was perhaps the most the best known concept of Schumpeter, that of creative destruction. With that, Schumpeter meant, that innovation gave rise, to the creation of very high degrees of material wealth, but it implies also the destruction. For example, let's say the mail coaches, that is horse-drawn coaches, that existed in the 19th century were completely displaced, by cars and other means of transport generated by the Industrial Revolution. They no longer exist. Okay? But is it true that all older sectors are going to be displaced by new emerging ones? In fact, no. We still have sectors that produce food, furniture, clothing, etc., that were traditional since, thousands of years. And there are new sectors that are added on top of that. So there is more creation than destruction. There is a net increase in the variety of the economic system. So then we could say the system is not as destructive, it should better meant. But I say, yes, destruction exists in the sense that older sectors shrink, in the sense that due to increasing efficiency, they need to use less personnel, less ingredients to produce 1 unit of output. Then they produce a falling share of overall output. But in fact, what is even worse, it is the spontaneous increasing inequality to which all new technologies give rise, let's say, both at the national and at the world level. And I'll pick it up soon, this theme. Could I have the next slide, please? Now, again, that's
Sorry
our
to
model.
interrupt, Professor Zaviotti. We have 2 to 3 minutes for your talk.
Oh, I expected it to be longer. But
Okay, thank you.
okay.
But we started late. If you want to take some more minutes, we can do that.
No, I can adapt. Let me try to squeeze a bit, let's say, in the shortest possible times. What
Thank
I
you
wanted to say.
Thank you so much.
Now, the goodness of a model, as I said, can be evaluated by the capacity to generate predictions or generate further, let's say, research. So there have been 2 fields of the literature that have developed that based on the distinction between related and unrelated variety, which is the variety that is exists at different levels of aggregation, but it is very similar to what was described in trajectories T2 and T3. And the other literature that in a way confirms basically the results of our model is the one about product space, which is based on let's say, a database on world exports, and shows that amongst world exports, there are, let's say, some goods and services that are exported by few countries, and other goods and services that are exported by many or most countries. Okay? Now, all this, in a way, confirms, the fact, that what we predicted, that in order to keep developing, the economic system would need to have increasing variety. But increasing variety as increasing number of components of the economic system is not enough, because what is equally important is the fact that the components of the economic system are not independent, but they are interdependent, and they operate through co-evolution. For example, could we go to the next slide or the one after that? Go ahead, please, another slide. Okay, another slide, and one more. Okay. The trajectory T3 that was increasing diversification of sectors, in fact, needed, in order to be able to operate, to create higher competencies that were created by a modified education system, but that, of course, needed higher wages, and the products of higher quality would enjoy higher product prices, and all of this would work towards providing, a disposable income and the demand for new higher quality products. Furthermore, increasing education created employment in addition to the one that was involved in the production of particular goods and services. Okay, so coevolution is an extremely important, let's say, component of economic development, and can accelerate the emergence of new sectors. Now, in general, let's say the implications following from all this is that if world variety keeps increasing, countries at lower level of economic development have to introduce, to a certain extent, some of the new sectors to keep the ratio of national variety to world variety at least constant. That provides an important avenue for economic development, although it can have some exceptions that I can discuss, if you wish, during, let's say, further discussion or questions. Okay? So essentially, my message is that if the economic development, in order to continue, needs to continuously diversify the economic system, all countries have to follow up and to try and enter into new technologies. Artificial intelligence is not very different in this sense, although I think it has the capacity that was not so far very common in information technology to improve both efficiency and creativity, because it can apparently, let's say, simulate human intelligence in some respects. Okay, I will then stop here and look forward to further discussion.
Thank you so much, Professor. And it's a very thought-provoking talk, and that I am becoming curious of so many things. And before I go to my discussants, just the concept that there are two hypotheses which you have developed in your model. One is that qualitative change is driver to economic development. And then the anti-hypothesis is that economic development, it becomes the driver to qualitative change. So I just want to know that these two hypotheses, how do they work in developed economies and developing economies? And then I'll take the discussants on board.
Yeah, essentially, in a sense, this makes sometimes the process of catching up more difficult. Because if you had, let's say, recipes to produce shoes, computers, or cars, you would only need to learn these recipes. Okay? But if in order to adopt new technologies, you also need to create institutions, infrastructures, or complementary industries that are required altogether, in a sense, this makes all the processes of mutation more difficult. Also to say, increases the barriers that there are to the diffusion and adoption of new technologies. Let's say, we wrote a paper in 2010, we published, in which, we argued, that imitation by countries at lower levels of economic development would become more difficult to the extent that this coevolution is necessary.
Thank you so much. And now moving to Dr. Nan. Sorry. Yes, Dr. Nan. Dr. Nan, so taking points from his talk, what do you think that when we are talking about co-evolution and we are talking about substitution, so which phenomena can work in developing country like Pakistan? Can co-evolution work in developing country where there's hyper-competition? And when we are also talking about AI, the role of AI, when we say that HI will be replaced by AI, that is the debate, ongoing debate. So how this co-evolution can work?
Thank you for the question. But if I may, start by complimenting PIDE for initiating this very important debate, and especially bringing experts like Professor Saviotti to share their ideas and frameworks that have really helped many countries in Europe develop their economies and achieve sustainable growth. So I think this is a very important debate at this juncture. And let me explain why, because I would like, for the sake of the audience, to contextualize Professor Siviotti's presentation to Pakistan's situation the way I look at it. Because I'm a student of political economy, so I at times tend to look at it in a bit more macro terms than the specific sectoral or economic recipes that economists obviously propose. So for me, essentially, the crux of the presentation is that, or to me, it really relates to a productive economy. To me, the first step is to have a productive economy, and then you can look at various models to make it achieve sustainable growth. Historically, Pakistan's problem has been that we have not been able to achieve productive growth. We have not been able to, create an ecosystem that could really, produce services and products that could, grow our economy and make for us a place in the international economic system. We have been situated in a region that has been infested by war, conflict, and some of those remnants remain. So therefore, naturally, our policies have been, more about firefighting and, looking at short-term opportunities. And essentially, we've been linked to a war economy in the region and at the wider geopolitical contestations. That has been a key factor that has held back us developing the kind of ecosystem where we can have these sort of debates and go forward. So coming to the recent shifts.
This evolution philosophy, co-evolution, can it work in our
I'll come to
country?
that. I'll come to that if you may allow me a couple of minutes. Please. So the recent shifts in the global political economy, the geopolitics, now necessitates Pakistan to create a productive economy, because world has little interest in Afghanistan. Hopefully, we are not anticipating regional wars at our borders. And so the whole shift to geoeconomics and the emergence of bipolarity essentially means that we have to grow, not by consumption, but through production, through productive activity, which means we have to diversify. So as professor's framework, variety and structural change, right? So what do we have to diversify from? We have to diversify from heavy emphasis on construction, on real estate, unproductive sections of the economy. We have to diversify from just providing raw materials to the advanced industrial economies and move from low yield, diversify from products which are not value added to a more diversified productive economy. And I think in that, of course, there will be a phase of co-evolution in my view. As Professor rightly says, it means shrinking of existing dominant sectors of the society, of the economy, not replacement or destruction, God forbid. Destruction is never good in general. So co-evolution, and in that, and I'll conclude with that, in that I think along with renewable energy, along with creative industry, AI presents another opportunity. So if we believe we missed the dot-com boom, well, that was in late 90s, AI presents another opportunity for us to diversify, add variety, focus on this qualitative structural change, and leapfrog in terms of adding a productive economic growth. And last point I'll mention also, as I mentioned, renewable energy, creative industry, technology, women. You know, we are still to tap immense potential that we have within our human resource, particularly 50% of the population. And if we can, you know, create public policies taking into view the framework that Professor has just shared with us, I'm sure that, you know, we can take this turn from kind of a, you know, low productivity or unproductive war economy ravaged economic structure to high productivity varied economic structure.
Thank you. Over to Dr. Idris.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shazia. So let me thank Dr. Srivati for a very insightful lecture on growth and development. And I think this is an opportunity. And thank you, PIDE, for inviting Dr. Srivati for this kind of insightful lecture. And I think this is an opportunity to ask Dr. Srivati that what are his insights about growth and development, especially regarding productivity and efficiency, how this can be related to the situation of Pakistan. So the gist of Dr. Srivati's lecture is that structural change is required for a long-term sustainable growth, and for a structural change, for a high level of growth, productivity or efficiency and creativity both are important, or both are complementary to each other. And the reason he is saying is that both are complementary to each other is because what he is saying is that the productivity enhancement would generate the resources required to invest in innovation, etc., the resources for research and development and creating other needed infrastructure. So the two are complementary. And though, as Dr. Srivati has mentioned about co-evolution, that as the society progresses and as there is growth and development, the two key institutions that are required for innovation to progress is, number one, education, and number two, healthcare. I'm especially pointing out these is that we will be asking Dr. Srivati that given the state of human capital in Pakistan, given the state of healthcare in Pakistan, what does this whole growth prospects hold for Pakistan? Now, Dr. Srivati emphasizes upon the state of institutions, that as growth happens, and he says that there are inventors countries, there are innovators, and there are imitators. And as the imitators have to catch up with the inventors, so they need the kind of development and the need of kind of institutions to catch up. And then what he says is that, though it's not mentioned here, but in one of his papers says that there are autocatalytic situations and then there are auto-retarding situations. So autocatalytic situations would be that as, for example, AI has developed, so there would be universities that would be teaching these programs, and then there would be research institutions that would be carrying out research on this, and then someone would be funding this research, and then there would be institutions that would be commercializing these research. Some of these situations may be present in Pakistan. For example, there are universities that would be teaching programs and that are having programs in AI, but we may not have the institutions to conduct in-depth research on AI or to commercialize the research on AI. And he says that if these institutions are absent, then it might be a situation of auto-retardation rather than auto-catalytic. So given this situation, I would like to ask Professor Srivati that what does this hold for Pakistan? Especially that given the scenario of Pakistan, that over the last 70 years or so, Pakistan, as far as the growth is concerned, Pakistan had repeated episodes of boom-bust cycles. Sometimes in the 60s, 80s, and 2000, we had growth something like of 6%. In the rest of the period, we had growth of around 4% or so. So that means that our 6% growth was not sustainable because we had not the kind of institutions that would sustain the growth. We were just reaping some of the low-hanging fruits. So what kind of eco-environment is required, ecosystem is required to generate the institutions that would sustain growth? Given the situation of Pakistan, for example, we can say that for the last number of years, or for a decade or so, the literacy rate of Pakistan has been hovering around 60%. So though literacy rate and human capital are two different things, but the state of literacy gives us a reflection about the state of human capital. So the state of human capital is not very good in Pakistan. Same is the case of state of healthcare. Regarding productivity, I would like to mention that recently there has been a book by a development economist of Pakistan, Dr. Yashir Hussain, which says that till 1990s, Pakistan was ahead of Bangladesh and India, and after 1990s, these two countries moved ahead of Pakistan. And this was because of differential in productivity. So given that our productivity is low, so we would not have the resources to generate the kind of institutions that are required for innovation and imitation. And given the state of human capital, what do you suggest for the growth prospect of Pakistan, or what kind of growth strategy we should develop? That would be my questions to Professor Swati. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Idris. And before moving to Professor Saviati, if we can just take some comments from the chair. Dr. Sabda Suhail.
No, what we are trying to do is that I'll try to explain to the audience what, in my view, Professor Savioti is suggesting. Explaining the model that या दूसरा माइक दे दें या वो रोस्ट्रम खड़ा कर लें. So in order
is it a question for me or?
No, we are just trying to organize our things together.
Okay.
Yeah, is it working now? Okay, the way I suggest is that let me do an effort to explain Professor Savioti's model more, because he didn't have much time, and then try to apply it on our situation so that the question that we get also are linked and focused more on Professor Savioti's model. But before that, I must compliment and welcome Professor Savioti and compliment Dr. Nadeem Javed for getting him over. I have a strong French connection with my own PhD from France, and I was particularly happy when I was asked to be there. So I'll be bringing some of that French theory also in my comment. Now, the general conceptual understanding of the model rests on one major statement, which is that firms should or could innovate to meet the demand even if the consumers aren't fully aware of the demand. That the consumer has an imperfect knowledge of its own need, and the supplier firm needs to imagine or
for the first parallel technical session
now, that is an externality
of this
which
AGM.
You can benefit or
this session will be about digitalization and behavioral shift. And Dr. Jorinka, she will be chairing this session and she will moderate. And she has been working in the digital
sort of our techno-deterministic space, behavior is often on the back burner.
An extremely important discussion that he brings in is the the difference between the substitute products where you innovate in the existing product somewhat and then bring to the market, which eventually leads to the saturation of efficiency also. So you bring in new products to respond to the new needs. With passage of time, those needs would also now be realized by the consumer, and that is how the economic structure changes and expands. Now, that is the basic model, which in my mind helps a lot to understand the economic expansion in Pakistan over the last 25 years. Now, contrary to the general impression that Pakistan has been experiencing an anemic GDP and exports, the field evidence is very different. If you look at the expansion in urbanization, retail, wholesale, even in small secondary cities, you have the price of land in millions, and you have all the brands. So Pakistan economy in that sense has expanded a lot, and its economic structure is dramatically, I would say, transformed. Now, Professor Savioti helps us understand the underlying phenomena which is there, which I just explained. Now, how did it happen in our side? Did our firms tap into the imperfect knowledge of the demand of the consumer? No. It was, now flip the situation and imagine Pakistan as an importer. So it was the exporting country, or the FDI which came to Pakistan seeking market, which discovered that unmet demand, which the consumer doesn't even know that he needs that, and with the help of advertising, expanded that demand and then started meeting that demand, which resulted in the form of economic development. Now, that is one area which is important to understand, and when I'm making that comment, I am addressing more to the students and the researchers that how Professor Savioti's approach, which is extremely important, can help us better understand where we are and develop the way forward. Now, if we look at our exports, we are stagnant in our exports due to the same reason that Professor Savioti has explained, that the same products slightly modified, and we do not have the companies to do the research on the tastes or demands of imperfect demand in our importing countries. So what has happened is that the FDI, with advertisement, created new needs and markets, which was then also provided by the local manufacturing. So that gives the whole story that how our local manufacturing has expanded. Look at the example of detergents, for example. With the help of the machine wash advertisements, the demand for machine wash has gone very high. Some multinationals, which are very expensive, meet the demand, but then there's a mushroom growth of detergent producers, which is economic activity meeting the demand. Then quickly, coming to the fourth point, which I'm taking it to Professor Savioti, basically, that Pakistan has expanded a lot, but this model where you focus a lot on creating induced demand, one way to understand is that when a company says that the consumer doesn't know what his actual demand is, and I'll meet that demand, so that could be an induced demand. You are perfectly okay, but the social media tells you that you're not that beautiful and you must have plastic surgery, for example. Now, is this induced demand? Is this a demand about that which you have an imperfect knowledge? Now, the question of equity brings us to the current problems with our development model. We have massively expanded, our economic structure has changed, our economy is servitized, but which are the major problems? There are 6 problems which I would like to put to Professor Savioti also. Number 1 is with the induced markets, just talked about detergents. Second is the efficiency. That point which Professor Savioti has brought is extremely important. We keep on talking about productivity and efficiency, but he has told us about the limits and saturations of efficiency. There's another way, there's a lot of literature these days on asking to put a pause button on efficiency. Now look at wheat, what is happening in wheat. That in wheat, in the name of supply chain efficiency, we have allowed speculation, we have allowed investment across the supply chain of wheat, and the result is in front of us. Or I've recently written a paper on the limits of productionism. Producing for profit also takes efficiency to those heights which are undesirable. Now, the next problem that we have is that we talk a lot about elite capture. Now, what is the objective of elite capture? Now, here I'll bring an insight from another French intellectual, that is Pierre Bourdieu, who says that the cultural capital focuses on the renewal of knowledge and tastes of upper classes, and they make the necessary arrangements for the perpetuation of those tastes. Now, the social status, for example, if the needs and wants of the upper class through social status is the main objective, then the productive resources of the economy would be spent almost entirely on meeting the needs, what they define as a want, of the upper classes. So that is the objective of the elite capture. The political aspect is also there, but the actual objective of the elite capture is the capture of the national resources, including the human resource, technological resource, and the natural resources. So there what is happening is that Pakistan over the past 20-25 years has had immense consumption of fun-related products. I've written another paper that why in Pakistan the IMF programs with all that austerity do not create the social unrest. What happens is that the upper classes with their conspicuous consumptions, they bother much little about the environmental damage or the labor rights or an equitable distribution. So the issue with the equity. And number 4 is that are we in an eternal catch-up if our needs are being defined by our exporter who is exporting to us and through international media and through social media. Now, the second last point is that AI, as Professor Savioti said, offers a great opportunity provided it does not reproduce the elite structures of knowledge and taste and consumption. Then the AI would be used by bigger companies to know your needs in a very good way, even the needs that you don't know. So instead of taking AI to health and climate change and education, we may be seeing more of the same thing. And the last question, Dr. Savioti, I have is that how do you apply your model on a servitized economy? You've spoken about the co-creation of creativity and innovation, but the co-creation in services sector is where the producer gives this impression to the user that as if he is providing a co-created value, which is a big problem. And there now we have a current scenario wherein the goods where we are exporting more, we would have these tariff barriers, but in services there is a much bigger push for the integration of services sector, which is the integration of the consumption styles which the more modern advanced companies would benefit. Thank you.
Professor Savioti, if you would like to answer some of very pertinent issues raised by our chair as well as our discussants.
Yes, I could try. I'm not sure that I could answer all of them,
Yes,
because there have been
so many questions.
so many.
Yes.
But quite interesting questions, that in fact helped me also to think about things that I would not have thought about, let's say. But let me try with those that I remember best, let's say. For example, the last intervention focused on consumers and on the way that consumers might need to be persuaded and so forth. Now, in fact, in my intervention, I had always talked this morning about, let's say, inducement for entrepreneurs to create new sectors. And I was, in fact, neglecting completely. You're right to point out, that the part was missing, the demand. But in a sense, even demand itself is dependent on the level of human capital that is available in a country. Because if you need to use, for example, even now relatively older vintages of information technology, you need a minimum level of human capital in order to be able to do that, so forth, let's say. And for what concerns consumers, I remember that Schumpeter used to say that it was entrepreneurs and industrialists who had to educate consumers, to the new, let's say, technologies, new forms of knowledge, that what the new artifacts created entailed, was important. Of course, that creates also possibilities of basically misinforming consumers, with various forms of advertising or creating, artificial needs, that are not real. But in a sense, let's say, again, consumers and the production side need to evolve together. That was, present even sort of in neoclassical economics is not new. It's just one of the new forms of let's say, coevolution that we need to worry about. In general, let's say the problem, if I understand well, for Pakistan is to enter new fields of activity, not to limit itself, to what had become traditional fields of activity, to expand that more or less to increase national output variety as word variety keeps increasing, let's say, which seems simple to say in this way, but it is never particularly simple, precisely because of the barriers that are automatically created, because all what is learning on the part of those who created an innovation first, okay, are an increasing barriers for those who try to imitate. The longer the delay from the emergence of a new technology and the faster the rate of learning that there is, the more difficult it then becomes to imitate them. And so there is always present this tension. But I would like to, let's say, come back a moment to the meaning of coevolution, let's say, because that can involve not only typically economic activities, but some that are, let's say, apparently non-directly economic ones, let's say. For example, education. Now, it is quite clear that the evolution of education has been very important in the development of the United States first, and then of several European countries, let's say, because again, it allows, the national producers, to use more advanced human capital, because it improves also the ability of consumers, to use new technologies and so forth, let's say. So in fact, we are working on a paper now that the title of which is, Does the Distribution of Education lead to a distribution, determine the distribution of income? And so I would say education is quite important, but also things, related to healthcare, say. I was struck recently when I learned, that Thailand has constructed a national system of health that is extremely comprehensive, for which more than 90% of the population is involved in this. It does not provide extremely sophisticated type of, let's say, techniques, medical techniques, but in terms of basic medical assistance, it's extremely complete. And I think that is also something that contributes, to the health of the population, to having, better workers, better citizens. But that can also coevolution, because let's say we have in Europe what we could call a welfare state, And the welfare state has different dimensions, but if you imagine for a second what effect the complete abolition of healthcare, publicly provided healthcare would have, I think most pharmaceutical companies would go bankrupt to start with. So there is coevolution also with other, let's say, components of the socioeconomic systems that are not immediately evident, as important determinants, of growth and so forth, let's say. But finally, there is something that I had meant to mention, but I did not find the time to do it, let's say. There is a global competitiveness report, which is produced by the IMF, an institution in Switzerland that organizes a yearly meeting, of all the top industrialist politicians of the world and so forth, I'd say. And they produce a competitiveness index, but it is not just based, on the greatest number of innovations, the most advanced manufacturing systems. It includes also various dimensions of the political system, the rule of law, governance, and so forth, let's say. So again, all these are important, and let's say you have to improve them, but usually gradually. You cannot skip very quickly from one level of economic development to another. But I think that to conclude the story, I think we can try to have interesting ideas, but it's very difficult to have a complete answer. In the paper which appeared in 2007, which was at the basis of the product space literature, the authors basically concluded, that countries needed to go by small steps, accumulating small steps in order to develop, right? And they provided two examples, of these countries that had been successful: Chile and South Korea. Chile developed sectors, like the production of salmon. Right? It has become one of the largest exporters of salmon, starting from an economy which was highly dependent on natural resources and copper, for example. But the other was South Korea. Well, South Korea created much more discontinuities, because in about 40 years moved, from producing shirts to chemical industry and steel, to producing ships, to producing electronics. So it really leapfrogged generations of technology. Now, what are the differences between these two countries? And I think that there is a lot of room to study more carefully these processes of economic development and of catching up, let's say. Well, I would say that South Korea is one of the best, let's say, learners that applied our model, in a sense. If you look at the distribution of new sectors in the course of time, etc., it maps exactly the diagrams that I showed you before.
Thank you so much. And I will open the session for the participants, that if they have, we can just take, I think, 2 to 3 questions. And if then you can rotate the mic. We have some person who can help us with rotating the mic. Professor Zaviotti, most of the questions would be addressed towards you. So we will try to keep our pace in a manner that we will be taking one question, and then we will be asking Professor to give answer, and then we can take the rest. So I will just request the audience that your questions should be very crisp and to the point. Thank you.
Mahmood Khalid from PIDE. Very interesting lecture, very thought-provoking. A quick question. Professor, where do you see the role of the government in all that process. For example, I'll give a quick example of Pakistan, which we have learned from our analysis of taxes, that in businesses is now close to the collection of taxes. So essentially the government in a sense is trying to protect the change, or it's a barrier to the change itself. So where do you see the role of the government in terms of not letting the new things or new innovations set in the economy? Thank you.
Yes, Professor. Should I elaborate the question, or is it clear to you? The role of government, that are they supporting change or they are resisting change? So that's his question, that what is the role of government, especially in third world countries like Pakistan? Do they support structural changes? Do they support these kind of changes? Or are they against, or they are resistors to this change? Can you hear me, Professor Saviati?
Yes, yes. I wasn't sure if you...
Yes, this question is addressed to you.
Well, the first thing to say is that we need good government. You know, say there are some places now on earth where present politicians seem to want to destroy governments, as if, you know, let's say, leaving the less government possible would lead to an improvement in the way the society and the economy works. I think it is not correct. We need good government. What does it mean, good government? A government that tries to do the things that are required today. For example, in the past, there were governments having an industrial policy which consisted of owning particular sectors, you know, let's say, steel, or cars, or whatever, let's say. That is not necessarily the way in which we need to do things. But, let's say, encouraging, let's say, particular types of activities, search activities, the creation of startups, etc., is something that a government has to do, but which can, in a sense, replace activities that in the past, you know, were carried out directly by government. The problem is always, you know, to supply the best ingredients that are possible, the best encouragement without pretending to do too much. When you talk about, for example, startups, okay, they are a very useful component of our economic systems. Right? Most of them go bankrupt after a while, but it's not that they are useless. They provide a lot of learning, and few may actually succeed in creating the employments of the future, let's say. So the creation of human capital is an important duty of government. The creation of institutions that limit, you know, the negative effects of technology is another, but also the encouragement of to create a certain independence, you know, to create startups, ONGs, you know, or other forms, you know, of spontaneous activities are equally important, I think.
Thank you so much. I'll just take 3-4 questions collectively, and then Professor is going to give answer. So starting from you, please.
Professor Saviati, thank you for your lecture. I have a question in the context of your model and the emergence of artificial intelligence. I mean, there are views out there that artificial intelligence can also be quite creative. Which, in your view, is more at risk of economic destruction, the developed economies or the developing economies? And if so, why?
We'll take another question.
Professor Saviati?
Yes, please. If you can just, no, you can, you don't want to, okay. You can take it to the other side.
Professor Saviati, a wonderful lecture. This is Ishan, I'm from PIDE. I just want to know that we consider that the US is considered the engine of growth, right, in innovation. And the convergence theory dictates that over time, the countries converge. The level of development among countries will reduce due to the innovation and the convergence theory. But we see a new era of protectionism by US towards many countries, particularly
between US and the China, which are developing, which are the more, which are at higher level of innovation. Do you think that this era of protectionism will affect the competitiveness, global competitiveness, and the level of innovation in the world? How this will lead to the future of this world? Thank you.
Okay, we can take another question from this side, please.
Okay, Professor, what are your views on the overall capability that artificial intelligence is accumulating very, very fastly, and it is not only, it has not only being a technology, but now it has become altogether an intervened mechanism of various technologies and has the potential to absorb other technologies that are either existing or they are to emerge or the world has yet to see them. So how your notion of co-evolution actually holds true in terms of a technology or a mechanism which is catching up fast, which is not only imitating human intelligence, but which is intelligent in itself actually? And what will be the repercussions on productivity and inequality?
So there are two questions from the House which are related to AI. So Professor can take that, and we can take one more question.
Thank you. Dr. Mirajul Haq, Associate Professor, School of Economics, International Islamic University. First, thanks PIDE to arrange this Nurturing Mind session and insightful lecture from Professor Suoti. No doubt, after the advent of this creative destruction by Schumpeter, the developed not adopt and develop growth strategy and the framework in the domain of this creative destructions, and they achieved sustainable development. But I think the social and political landscape complement this creative destructions, and that's why this T2 and T3 model, this diversification of existing sectors and emergence of new sectors, it means the developed not harvest the potential gain of this creative destruction. But I think in case of South, this developing South, the situation is entirely reverse due to a political and social landscape. Many developing nations, they achieve the threshold level, but still they are in poverty and low income trap. Like in case of Pakistan, this digitalizations is still not acceptable in large segment of populations. I think this is suggestion that
along just a suggestion, or you want to ask a question?
Along with this diversification and creative destructions, this diversification of existing sectors and emergence of new sectors, this diversifications and emergence of political and social landscape is important in developing South to harvest the potential gain of this invention and innovation. Thank you.
Any other question, please? That's the last one, and then we can take the answers from Professor Saviotti, and then we can move ahead. From there. Oh.
My question is basically about the typology of the structural change that you've described. So if we take an example of a disruption like the cryptocurrency and Bitcoin is doing in the financial sector, would you consider that a T3 or a T2 trajectory, and should that distinction inform our decision on whether we should embrace that or not?
Professor, there are many questions. I will just try to again recap all the questions. Two of the questions were based on AI, and especially about what is the AI a threat for developing countries or is it for developed economies? So that was a question related to AI. And then there was another question related to AI, that AI is like a substitute, and there's technological disruptions which are affecting the entire landscape. So how this co-evolution can work with the arrival of AI in the landscape. And again, a third question was related to the typologies which you have referred for, and especially that T2 and T3 which is going to work for developing countries. And again, the fourth was more of a comment, and he was also talking about diversification. And then you also have given the concept of related and unrelated diversification. So co-evolution is close to related diversification or unrelated? So if you can give answers to these questions.
right? Okay. For what concerns artificial intelligence, according to what I can understand, the worry that started emerging with some studies published in 2010, 2012, was that whereas in the past, unemployment on a large scale had never been caused by technology. When there were unemployment crises, they were always due to something else, let's say. But then some scholars started hypothesizing the fact, that given that artificial intelligence could replace types of competencies that before would not have been replaceable by information technology, it could endanger the possibility of employment in sections that before would have been exempt from it, let's say. Now, it is possible that in some cases there will be a limited substitution of personnel qualified by artificial intelligence. But I think that it is going to be, in the end, like most other technologies, it's simply that we have to find new areas to be inventive, to create new areas where existing forms of artificial intelligence cannot reach us. For example, typically what is called deep mind, okay, consists of training, let's say, the neural network-based programs in artificial intelligence on the basis of existing knowledge, huge databases, from which, let's say, these neural networks can learn and formulate answers that seem to be logical, but they are not necessarily true even now. And in any case, at best, they are true for what concerns the past. So they do not yet have any capacity to predict the future much better than what we can do. But they have some advantages. I read recently that a group in a university in California used artificial intelligence to identify new types of specialized materials that could be developed. And they found by artificial intelligence something like 18,000 new types of materials. Now, this is something that researchers with a lot of time available could probably have done, but it was enormously accelerated by using a program of artificial intelligence. So it was a crossover between something, that was increased efficiency in the search, going through literature searches and the like, and some degree of creativity, but for the moment, a limited one, let's say. Now, what still is important is that, in a way, involves the concept of absorptive capacity. Right? Absorptive capacity is a concept that has been developed by Cohen and Levinthal to explain what is the usefulness of research and development, which is not only to create new goods and services, but to understand what other researchers are doing. Right? So we all have to create an absorptive capacity for artificial intelligence, the ability to use it. In the latest issue of The Economist, was specifying that a very high number of workers are now working on, let's say, acquiring all the data that are required to train artificial intelligence programs. And the employment in this, which is a relatively new type of activity, although not extremely sophisticated, can probably compensate a part of the employment that would have been lost, due to possible imitation of mildly creative activities, let's say. Whether it is more useful or more dangerous for developed or developing countries. I think that, for example, this activity of acquiring all these huge databases, can be used in countries at different levels of economic development. What is important is not the cost of labor, but the cost of the competencies, of labor which is qualified. If you can have high-level competencies at a cost which is lower than the one that there is in Europe or in the United States, you can have an advantage in organizing creative, let's say, creative activities.
Thank you. And we'll just take, Professor, we'll just take another question from female participant, especially the students. So I'll encourage, yes, some female participation. If you can just rotate the mic.
I'm Dr. Usma Zia from PIDE. It was a wonderful talk from you. My question is that how do you see the scenario of the developing countries, that how they can converge in this time period when we are moving towards AI, and how can they converge towards the developed countries? Can you tell something on this in terms of growth?
Her question is that how can we converge with developing country can converge with developed country when there is a concept of global stratification. And there is one of the theory which says that this stratification has been created so that the status quo of the developing countries should remain as that, and the status quo of developed countries should remain as that. So with this all conspiracy of global stratification behind this layers of different countries which have been created, is it possible to actually converge and coexist, and basically we can share resources and we can develop our economies? If I am correct, this is the question you were asking for. So how can we converge in this kind of scenario? Professor, this is one of the questions which came from our female colleague.
Yeah. Well, I'll answer first, then there are some of the other questions that were raised, that I can try to answer. I'll go back to. I would say, that education really has to play a very important part, let's say, because although you cannot immediately create institutions, other institutions, that allow you to leapfrog, for example, not to catch up, to leapfrog, which has happened in some cases, let's say. But improving the education system is an important ingredient, towards the acquisition of artificial intelligence as of other kinds of technologies, let's say. So I cannot go much further than that, let's say. In fact, I suppose that for what concerns the relative advantage of developed or developing countries, at the beginning it would probably mean choosing a different subset of what artificial intelligence involves, and try to learn it quickly in such a way that in the next period, you can move to something, which is more sophisticated and so forth, let's say.
Thank you so much, Professor. We are a little bit short of time. So if we can just conclude the session, and I will ask the chair, Dr. Safdar, to sum up the entire session. And then we will be inviting the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nadeem Javed, for his vote of thanks.
Professor, do you still need 2 minutes to? I think he was about to say something.
Well, I guess that in 2 minutes, there were 3 questions that were left. And 1 question for a minute, it is a bit too much.
Okay.
Now, so I can stop here, let's say. We
Okay.
could go on for a while,
Thank you, Professor. What I'm going to propose to Dr. Nadeem is that we should have much more of Professor Savioti in your academic research agenda, and perhaps I wish he could travel to Pakistan one day also to spend time because his work can help us debunk some of the cliches that we have. For example, that Pakistan has not done well in terms of growth over the past 20, 30 years, which is totally false. Go out and just look what has happened. And I think if we apply Dr. Savioti's framework and we compare the variety in the economic structure, variety in production and the nature of economic structure, now and 25, 30 years before, we would start understanding the underlying phenomena and the nature of consumption. I have spoken more about the consumption apartheid. That remains another area of research that we are producing for whom. Pakistan is producing a lot, but for whom? And Professor Savioti, I must thank Professor Savioti to bring our attention of all of us to the distributive side of things also. The importance of education, distributive education, one could say the example of Thailand, for example, which is there. And here there was a question by the role of the state. Okay, fine. Dr. Mahmood also has told us about the misallocation of resources. What is the circulation of resources in the country? Who is producing for whom? And should we not redirect some resources to fulfill the needs of the ordinary people in terms of health, in terms of education, and there let Pakistanis innovate and come up with the solutions which are low cost, which help ordinary families. We have destroyed our education system. I don't want to go into the details, but our healthy life expectancy is around 55. And if you do it in age and gender and poverty disaggregated analysis, our women, their healthy life expectancy is 49. And our adolescents are not very well. So the so-called demographic dividend is not there simply by ignoring health. So there again, I must thank the moderator for very efficiently moderating the session, and the two discussants, my friends Adnan and Idris Khaja Sahab, for this rather challenging session, because the insights that Professor has brought to us are very unique and different, and that brings me to my French connection, that I think we should have more of the interaction with French academia, and their approaches could bring a lot of fresh lights to our issue and the way we do our industrial policies, for example. We realize that all over the world now governments are being more active in industrial policy. So can we have the kind of variety which helps what Professor has said in his own words, that the national variety in the country, that what kind of national variety output do we have and how to retain that. So excellent topic, Dr. Nadeem Javed. Excellent choice of the professor, and thank you personally also for having me over. And it's very encouraging that PIDE is taking up these themes which are really relevant for the research and for the future of development. Quality of development is the name of the game, and I hope you continue your focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Safdar Sohail, for a very insightful conclusion of this session. And I'm also grateful to the discussants, the moderator, and above all, I'm grateful to my professor, Professor Savioti. I myself had the opportunity to learn and get mentored by him while I was studying in France. I could yet recall the course he taught us, and that made the basis that I have then requested him to be my PhD supervisor. And the course was about qualitative and structural change. And that was the kind of the concepts which we studied in that course, which normally economists ignore. And they think that perhaps these things happen automatically. But that was a course that was a great eye-opener, that how technological evolution take place, and it is a very kind of a concerted effort of the economic agents, and only then it happens. And then later on, together with his guidance, I developed my thesis in this evolutionary school of thought, and he's a great champion of the Schumpeterian economics, and then taking it into this new dimension of the economics, which is being very well researched, particularly in Europe. And it's a kind of an you can't call it as a complementary school of thought to the new classical school of thought, which is mainly prevalent in American universities, and American scholars, they are doing work on that. So I personally have benefited from his wisdom, his mentorship. I'm too much indebted the way he impacted my ideological life and then subsequently my professional life by following these ideologies. So I'm grateful, Professor Savyati, and we are really, missing you. If you would have been made it to personally here, that would have been much more, exciting for us. But I'm yet grateful that despite your, very hectic travel schedule, you made it to have this virtual session with us, and we'll continue to engage you for multiple such kind of discussions in the days to come. Thank you so much from the PIDE, from this community, and personally from my heartfelt feelings for you. Thank you.
So now I would
Thank
request
you
you
so
to
much,
please
Dr. Nadeem, for your vote of thanks, and we can have the shield distribution ceremony.
So,
Professor Savyati, if any closing comments you want to give?
Yes, I would like to tell you that I am very grateful, not only for inviting me, but for all what I learned through the discussion. That certainly helped me to see things in a different way. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite now Dr. Nadeem to give away the shields to the chair. A round of clap, please.
Always like from the thank you for making this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Safdar. And now, Dr. Nan, please, if you can come and take your souvenir. Dr. Idris. A round of applause for him as well, please. And towards the end, I'll take the souvenir, and thank you so much, PIDE and Dr. Nadeem, for giving me the honor of doing the moderation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Tomorrow on... Thank you so much, Professor, for joining us. We'll be signing out from Islamabad now.
Okay.
Take good care. Dear